You can see अच्छा 10:30 को आएगा हाँ तो आइए बाबा all these guys had one principle on which they built their leadership and that is freedom. They talked about freedom, they sought freedom, they fought for freedom, and they become larger than life leaders. They became icons, they became role models for us. We still feel inspired by them. We still take guidance from them. Their simple principle was not for themselves, they want all. Can we apply this principle in our own personal lives? I think each one of us want to grow in leadership, at least in our home. Do you know the simple formula you can apply? You can just allow freedom to all the members of your family. If you try to give freedom in your workspace, in your profession, with your colleagues, let me tell you, you will rise as a leader like Mahatma Gandhi did. The freedom, if you offer to your children to think, to act for their dreams, to work for their dreams, if you give this freedom to your children enough, they will do wonders. So I hope all of us want to succeed, all of us want to lead our professions, all of us want to lead our families. Let me if you
सबको कॉमन लिंक गया है लेकिन उन लोगों को तो मालूम नहीं है तो कुछ नहीं कंफ्यूज हो रहा है तो आया तो एक मिनट पहले मैं ट्रेनर को वो कर देता हूँ लिंक भेज देता हूँ वो ट्रेनर है 1 मिनट बाद अभी कोई ट्रेनिंग नहीं है तुरंत तो नहीं है हाँ तो 1 मिनट बाद मेरे को लेके शेड्यूल खोल के देना खाली एक्सेल खुलाओ शेड्यूल वो खोल देते
as a very fast way in your own family, your own business, amongst your own friends. Freedom is such a powerful principle.
और ट्रेनर को ना कॉल करके बोलना भी पड़ेगा कि सर मीटिंग में सिर्फ आप दो ही रहोगे एनएचक्यू और जैसे अभी प्रीतम सर को बोला ना ऐसा
चलो आपको क्या चाहिए
but it has its roots as old as humanity or life.
ठीक है मीटिंग के लिए
Anyone whose existence is challenged, anyone whose security is challenged, he or she will rise.
टाइमिंग ऑफ द इवेंट
He will
जीए को छोड़ के
3 PM से
3 PM से आपको
he will try to become somebody.
आपको 3 to 5 सब मिल जाएगा
This San Andolan
3
has shown
है 3 to उसके बाद
that if somebody's existence is challenged,
23
they will rise.
ओके नहीं
They will not leave any stone unturned to reclaim their life.
3 PM to 5 PM बोलो क्या लिखूं
So this principle has to be
EPS
used by leaders.
EPS फाइनल है क्या
One thing they should definitely do, that while taking actions as leaders, they shall not threaten the existence and security of any of
कुछ भी नहीं
followers
आईडी हमको डालना है
or members of them.
मुझे आईडी दे रहा बस
If they do that,
मैं आपको जूम आईडी
they will definitely face an uprising like in India we are seeing. At the same time, it is a very smart tool and power tool. If their actions of leadership somehow ensure all their followers that their lives are secure, that their existence is permanent, that just because of your leadership they are secure, let me tell you, they are not going to leave you in any circumstances. They will say, look, this is what happens in your families. When your kids are very small, when your kids are small and you take them to some area where there is a lot of rush, your kids will win. Because they are sure you will make them secure. Their existence is safe when they are close to you. Similarly, friends, if as a leader you can create an environment of security and ensure the existence of your nearest and dearest colleagues, business, professional colleagues, those who are associated with you because of your leadership position, let me tell you, you will always remain a very powerful leadership position, a very powerful leader. This is a very powerful tool, but it is double-edged weapon. If you challenge security and existence, your people will be against you. But if you ensure security and existence, they will always cling to you, they will remain with you. And this is my next principle on which leadership principle is based, on which you can become very powerful. Well, friends, many of you must have watched this GABA test. In this GABA test, since the beginning, the players got injured. The team were almost underdogs. All youngsters there, hardly there was any experience. And once Shirag and others started bowling and fielding, and players started facing a lot of racist comments. And these racist comments were nasty. They created ugly scenes. And those ugly scenes were faced, tolerated, consumed by the players. But what happened in the end? The team came as victorious. Why do you think? The players who were in less experience than the Australian team, the players who were just considered underdogs, why they could just rise to the occasion in that last test match and create a history? Do you know why? Simple one reason. They worked on the principle of challenge. If any leader is capable of challenging the community it is leading and able to show that challenge as an opportunity, let me tell you, that leader can be a very forceful leader for that community. This has happened time and again all over. Those who are young, they have studied in their books. When we got independence in India, we were producing nothing. Not even a single needle we were producing.
11 से 1 है
Our total craftsmanship was thrown to the dogs by our rulers. Our ancient culture or civilization, which was producing things and doing trade all over the world, was demolished. We were a country of poor 40 crore people. We were a country suffering with disease. We were a country which has a hostile border from our young brother. We were a country which was not having enough medical health support. We were a country which does not have enough schools. We were a country which did not have colleges. We were a country which did not have many institutions. But the nation accepted the challenge. The nation looked upon it as an opportunity. And we came up as a nation, very responsible democratic nation, and step by step, we built our nation. And today, we are amongst the first few top nations who have a stable system, which has a very professional army, which shall be proud of.
जो
A proud nation which can produce its own vaccine in COVID situation.
CSV में बनाया ना
See how many countries have done that? Russia,
email ID
America, Britain in collaboration with India, and China. Only 4 other countries and we who have produced vaccines. So when we work on this leadership principle, challenge and opportunity. On one hand, it is a challenge, and we start seeing it as opportunity. So when we look upon COVID lockdown, we also look upon Atmanirbhar Bharat. So when we look upon like this, then miracles like GABA test 50 definitely happens, and definitely makes you a very, very powerful leadership. Definitely makes you a very, very powerful leader.
Yes, sir.
So friends, this is one area. And if it is not overlooked, and if it is encashed, and if it is really utilized by leaders very well, there is no doubt that we can do this. I have another one example for this similar example of challenge. Many of you must have visited Singapore or may have heard about Singapore. Singapore is a tiny nation, not a very old nation. You may not know they don't have a single drop of drinking water. Not a single drop of drinking water they have in their own land. They have to import every drop of water from outside their country. And when you go into that country, they proudly say, they say with pride that you open any tap water, take a glass, and it is the purest form of a drinking water. Once you accept a challenge and take it as an opportunity, you can do wonders, and that makes you a very, very powerful leader. My final principle, which will make you a very powerful leader, or principle power leadership, on which principle you should be based. You can see on your screen 2 candles, or you can also see 2 candles in my hand. These 2 candles in my hand, they are not lit. If I bring one candle close to another candle, it will not ignite. But on the screen, you see one candle is ignited and another candle is ignited. I want you to learn 2 lessons from this lesson. One is only an ignited candle can ignite another candle. No unignited candle like this can ignite another candle. Therefore, as a leader, you have to have that illusion. You have to have that spark. You have to have that motivation that you can ignite one more candle. And that one more candle shall another, that one more candle shall another. That's how you build If this formula you always keep in mind, then you will never be a problem. The problem starts when we ourselves are like this unlit candle, and we keep showing ourselves to that another unlit candle, and when no light sparks, then we feel something is wrong with this candle, which is not ignited. Whereas the fact is something is wrong with this candle, which is also ignited. So if you want to ignite another candle, first you ignite yourself. First you shall be that enthusiasm. First you should be that having that clarity. First you should be doing the things which you want your followers to do. Another thing I want you to learn. You may be a very big candle. You may be a candle which can give a very bright light. but you are going to be a candle. One day, this candle will finish. From here, there is end to it. Before you finish your wax, it's good idea. And create this process in your leadership stage. If you do that, then there will be no. Otherwise, you see what has happened. They could not have enough candles which are lit enough. You see what happened to fascists. They have finished their candles. They were dictators. They thought they had the best. Once they finished, therefore, whereas you see what is happening. It may be sometimes difficult, like it happened in the last week or a day before. But you must have seen what it was. But still, sometimes this calendar like this because this may be back there, this thread may not be right, this wax may not be correct, there may be bend. But finally, this candle remains lit and you keep like this. Before your candle finishes, that like and if you guys have these or if you make your own experiment, then fine. Good morning, sir. Principles which can empower on which your leadership is based. Definitely, you will remain as a very, very powerful leader. You will continue to work as a very powerful leader. You will lead the communities. You will do wonders. Very positive change. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Past National President Mohidar sir, such an inspiring and thought-provoking session. Even though the virtual platform, sir, you did a wonderful session with the example of the candle. National President always say you are the most inspiring leader of National President and sir. On behalf of JC India, let me express my sincere gratitude and thanks. Past National President Mohidar Singh sir for a wonderful and inspiring and thought-provoking session. And thank you.
ये डाउनलोड कहाँ होता है, सेव कहाँ होता है, डेस्कटॉप पे करना है आपसे। तो पीपल इंटरनेट वेटिंग हो, लिंक है क्या किसी को? ऐसा कैसे होती वेटिंग रूम में कैसे आ गए? जूम का मीटिंग लिंक है क्या लोगों? नहीं भाई, लोगों तो नहीं भेजे गए। मेरे को क्या मालूम, ये लफड़े तुम्हारे जो लेके गए ना तुम्हारे से जूम का लिंक दो। हाँ वो तो ट्रेनर थे। नहीं वेटिंग में रहने दो। ये वेटिंग रूम का लिंक कैसे जी कह रहे हैं स्वप्निल? जीत गया एसएलएस हटा दिया तो चार्जर निकालेगा गुस्सा नहीं आ रही लेना आइडिया ये किसका ये मेरे वेटिंग रूम में रहने दो ठीक है मैं अंदर नहीं लूंगा वो उन्होंने दिया होगा जो तुमसे लेके गए ना उन्होंने दिया रहेगा ऐसा क्यों किया उन्होंने वो सबको शेयर कर रहे हैं कि कोई अंदर नहीं आ पा रहे बेवकूफ लोगों प्लेटफॉर्म पे देखने काम करो ना सर इसको इसमें भेज दो स्काइप में उधर स्काइप में ये सब मुझे स्काइप यूज करना नहीं आता तुम भेज देना मैं तुम्हारा इसमें खोल देता हूँ तुम खोल के उसको बता दो तुम्हारा नेक्स्ट ये है ना बिजनेस ट्रेनिंग क्या टॉपिक है तुम्हारा इसमें देखो ना एनेबल एडिटिंग कर दो
कहाँ पे? हाँ वो मेरा है
बिजनेस ट्रेनिंग जेसी अनूप मुंद्रा, बराबर ना?
इसने भेजा है।
बिजनेस ट्रेनिंग
जी को पता है सर, इतना ही वोटिंग किसको पता है? मेरी यस्टरडे देख कोतमंगलम
मैं तुमने एक वीडियो भेजा ना, नहीं भेजा भी नहीं था, वो सब ग्रुप में डालना है। वो काम कर
पवन ये कितना आए थे?
किसलिए आया वो?
एक्टिव एक्टिव 34 मतलब
चार्ज
मतलब इतना ज्वाइन हुआ है क्या?
अरे वो ने देख चैट में देखना, वो तो विजिटर है, इतना
मतलब
विजिट
इतना
करके
विजिट करके गए क्या?
ये देखो तुम्हारा स्क्रीन पे ये आ रहा है, ये कोई भी अंदर जाएगा तो उसको ये दिखेगा, ये सही लग रहा है ना कि नेक्स्ट ट्रेनिंग वहाँ जाके सेट कराओ
मैं इसको मिनिमाइज करूँ, नहीं मिनिमाइज कर दूँ।
वो तो मुझे नहीं आता यार, पढ़ लिखे नहीं है ना हम लोग। क्या हो गया देखो, कुछ और ही हो गया।
फोटो खींच रहे हैं, आगे देखो।
मुझे कम आ जाएगा सिग्नल
मास्क निकाल दो फोटो के लिए।
जी से सर क्या
दिस इज द फाइनल बोल रही हो सिग्नल, दिस इज द फाइनल बोल रही हो देखना।
ईमेल आईडी
लो तुम्हारे स्काइप पे जाओ, कर लो जो करना है।
वो तो उधर जा रहा है, उधर दिख रहा होगा शेयरिंग में।
हाँ शेयरिंग में वो दिख रहा है, शेयरिंग में इधर नहीं दिख रहा है, शेयरिंग में तुम्हारा वो जा रहा है, पीपीटी शेयरिंग करा हुआ है।
नहीं टुडे मॉर्निंग व्हाट
ऐसा चिंता तुम मत करो, तुम्हारा पीपीटी शेयरिंग करा हुआ है, वॉइस वो है ना तुम्हारा।
आज किस में आया
मेरे पे ऐप खोलो।
प्रीतम सर का तुम्हारे इसमें था क्या?
नहीं नहीं उधर
मेन में था,
परेशान करते हैं।
उनके उसमें है।
तुम्हारे इसमें ये दिख रहा है। म्यूट कर बाबा इसको।
स्काइप
में नहीं मिला
स्काइप दिख रहा है।
कल किया
हेलो
JC Bharat Bajaj,
हेलो
Chandrapur, Elite. You can see him online. You can see him online. He is available.
आनंद भरी का
Bharat Bajaj, JC Bharat Bajaj.
रजिस्ट्रेशन किया क्या?
You can see him as Bharat Bajaj.
हेलो
कौन कोड देना?
प्रणाम सर
Okay. See, this is the system of online.
लिंक भी तो तुम देख सकते हैं ना?
हेलो
एक लिंक
JC Rajita Pursala, JCI Vizag
Hello.
Port City.
हेलो
हेलो
हाँ यस
हाँ
She is not
सर
confirmed.
सर मैं क्या बोला आपने लिंक और पार्टिसिपेट को भी शेयर किया है क्या
JC Kavita
नहीं, मैंने किया हूँ।
from JCI Gwalior.
नहीं मैं किसी को नहीं किया शेयर लिंक।
सब पार्टिसिपेट वेटिंग रूम में आ रखे हैं सर 5 लोग हैं
नहीं मैंने किसी को नहीं किया। मेरे को तो लिंक खुद अभी मिला ना, आपके 2 मिनट पे तो आपने लिंक दिया मुझे।
हाँ वही मैं बोला बट इनको लिंक कैसे गया कि ये
नहीं मैंने किसी को नहीं
कैसे
दिया।
आ गए इधर?
मैंने लिंक नहीं दिया
हरीश
किसी को।
कुमार, मीनाक्षी गुप्ता, शिक्षा हेमा। तो क्या करूं इनको क्या करना है आप
Check
बताओ।
for Gulnaz Javed.
नहीं
हेलो
Gulnaz
हाँ।
Javed. GU.
इनको क्या करना है
नहीं क्या नाम है?
Yeah, Gulnaz, please raise your hand. Yes, she is raising her hand.
शिक्षा
क्या?
भीमा
Okay,
हरीश
you have to
JCI ओंगोल
switch on the button of raising hand.
लतीक शेट्टी क्या करना है इनको।
Heart.
यार मैं तो जानता ही नहीं किसी को यार।
Yeah. You have muted her.
ये शेयर किसने किया है लिंक ट्रेनिंग का।
यही लिंक तो सर्कुलेट नहीं हुआ
Gulnaz,
है।
unmute.
यही लिंक हुआ है
Okay,
शायद
I'm calling your name now. JC Gulnaz Javed of JCI Gwalior Mrignani.
यही लिंक
Thank
सर्कुलेट
you.
हुआ लग रहा है।
ये 4
JCM Kartikeya from Madurai Pandian.
नंबर कौन सा?
JC Jitendra Man Sakuddin.
आप कैसे करेंगे अभी ले लो इनको अंदर
ले
अगर
लो क्या
JC
करेंगे?
Jayachandran
अगर
from
इनको ले तो कंट्रोल
Tirucheri.
हो जाएगा ना सर।
Tiruchi. JC Advocate Rakesh Sharma from Tripyar.
आप मेरे को वो बना दो ना।
JC Devesh Morodia from Raipur Green
मैं आपको
City.
मेरे को
JC Vikas Gupia from Mysore Royal City. JC
आप
Jason
अपना
Thomas
शेयर
Chipperkal.
कर दो ना सर कुछ शेयर करके
हाँ?
रखो।
JC Pramod Yashwant Kaur from
स्क्रीन शेयर
Amar
करके रखो
Naksik.
कुछ पीपीटी
Thank you.
यस
JC Japan Joy. Is he online? Japan has submitted his withdrawal. Thank you. So JC Mohammed Salu, Coconut Cyber City. JC Santosh, JC Vapsa.
कल विनीता को बोलते हैं
JC Siddiq, Tirurangadi. JC Nitish VP, Kattayam Chali. JC Kartikeya
ये
from
सभी
Kundapur
को यही वाला लिंक
City.
चला गया क्या?
यस सर उनके लिए अलग लिंक था इसलिए
JC Ashok.
पर मेरे को लग रहा है यही लिंक चला गया।
यस
JC
बट नहीं
please
ये
check for
किसी ने शेयर किया है
Abdul Mehroof.
ऐसे कैसे जा सकता है क्योंकि हमारा तो
Abdul Mehroof, identify
इधर से लाइव
yourself
चल
by
रहा है।
raising your hand.
पता नहीं देखो सर आपका तो हर आदमी इसी में आ रहा है ना वेटिंग हॉल में।
Abdul, are you available
वो
online?
डायरेक्ट आप खाली दिखते हैं वो आपको नहीं दिख मतलब आप उनको
अरे
दिखते
नहीं मुझे
वो लोग आपको
नहीं
नहीं
मुझे
दिखते।
मालूम है लेकिन
Okay, I call for JC. Okay, Jayesh Wagre is with us. Jayesh Wagre from JCI Ahmedabad.
चलो आने दो कंटिन्यू करो अपना ठीक है सर। मैंने आपको पोस्ट बना दिया,
हाँ ठीक।
करते रहो।
Abdul Mehru
YouTube पे live जा रहा है।
from JC Kasargod is not.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, भैया.
हरीश, ये यही वाला लिंक सबको तुम लोगों को सर्कुलेट हुआ है क्या?
नहीं, अभी जैसे ट्रेनर ग्रुप में आया तो मैं अभी लॉगिन किया इसमें।
हाँ, ये लिंक सर्कुलेट ही नहीं हुआ है लोगों को।
हाँ, अभी हुआ तो मैं अभी ग्रुप में भेजा हूँ जस्ट।
हाँ, क्योंकि मैं बहुत जगह भी देखा ये लिंक सर्कुलेट हुआ ही नहीं है।
नहीं हुआ है, किसी को नहीं, मुझे अभी मिला, जबकि मैं रजिस्ट्रेशन भी करवाया हूँ भैया, फिर भी मुझे अभी मिला ये।
हाँ, yes, because I've got so many people called that there's no link. हरीश, अपने जोन में भी लिंक नहीं किया है क्या?
All city, all in the favor of motion, all in
अपने
favor of
अपने जोन में भी
motion,
लिंक नहीं किया कहीं पे?
nomination committee.
लिंक गया है सर, बट ये लिंक थोड़ा अलग है।
Please type nomination committee.
नहीं, लिंक कहीं नहीं किया यार। मैं तो अभी
Against,
कितने लोगों से
seeing,
बोल रहा था, किसी का
for the
लिंक नहीं
same
मिला है।
sign, seeing none, the motion is carried.
लिंक मिला है।
JCRT.
Good morning, all. Welcome to the series of training in National Convention, and I welcome all of you here for a series program called Trigger 21. Now, what is Trigger 21? This is something which really hits us. What is Trigger 21? Why I named the entrepreneur program as Trigger 21? There are two reasons. We have faced a big turmoil in our life due to pandemic, due to recession period, due to some of the causes which really made us come back, where our business, business and business life was there. But now things have changed. We have got the vaccine. We have got the at least a streak of hope. Everything will be better now. We will maybe in the next 6 months or 1 year we'll get the vaccine. People are now ready to accept to live with Corona pandemic. Now people are working, they are working hard, and now this is a big opportunity for all of those who really want to grow big, who really want to reach heights, and who really want to go above everyone. Right? So welcome, I welcome all of you. But my first point is there are many ways to one challenge, which is the best. Identify is the big challenge. Now, after coming of the pandemic, lots of people have come with lots of perception that whether we are going to go in the way we were moving, हम जिस तरीके से जा रहे थे, क्या हमें वैसे ही जाना है, or we need to change some routes, because now there are new challenges. The challenges are that shall we go and work the way we were working? क्या मैं वैसे ही काम करूंगा जैसे मैं पहले कर रहा था? क्या I need to change my way? This pandemic have given big lessons to everyone in their life. हमें हमारे जीवन में बहुत सारे lessons हमें देके आया है. हमने बहुत सारी चीजें सीखी है इस pandemic में. और जो सबसे बड़ी चीज सीखी है कि there is no certainty in life. जीवन में कोई certainty नहीं है. And for this, identifying the challenge, how to go ahead is a big game. But before starting, I always say learning is directly proportional to the amount of fun you get of it. We'll have some fun, we'll have some masti talks also. So it is learning. You need to get fun out of any kind of learning in your life. If you have any questions, you can surely write this question in the chat box. I'll try to answer that. Now, learning never happens if there is no behavior change. We come to a program, we attend the program, but if there is no behavior change, learning is not happening. But the most important thing in this 2021, the most important thing is, are we growth ready now? When we talk about business, it's a huge market is there. Do you know that we are 1/6 of the population of the whole globe? So India is 1/6 of the population of the whole globe. We have 1/6 market in the boundaries of India. भारत की बाउंड्री में हमारे पास एक. But do we ask ourselves, क्या हम अपने आप को पूछते हैं कि am I growth ready? क्या मैं growth के लिए तैयार हूँ? When we ask ourselves, क्या मैं growth के लिए तैयार हूँ? How big will be my future? मेरा future कितना बड़ा होगा? Does it depend on us? They still depend on कि how big is my future? These are the questions which I really ask. Now we have the world has faced so many pandemics past, but world have always bounced back. Are we ready for this bounce back? But if we live the life we were living, if we live the life the way we were going, हम जिस तरीके से आगे जा रहे थे, so I always say that if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. The best thing which will work in 2021 is the planning. Is the planning which will work in 2021. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead with one thing. The question is, what is your plan? What is your plan? And most of the people say, I know my plan. I know what to do. It is just like we are playing football without a plan, without a strategy, and there's no goalpost. So now the most important thing which is required is the decision making. Now decision making, whenever we talk about decision making, जब भी हम decision making की बात करते हैं या decision making के कोई चीजों के बारे में सोचते भी हैं कि हमें decision making लेना है, we always forget that whether we are taking an emotional decision or are we taking a conscious decision. Most of the time when a conscious decision is required, we take an emotional decision. We go for emotional decision. I'll tell you how. For example, uh, my son is ready. My son wants to do something, and now I don't want him to do that. But when I get emotional with my kids, when I get emotional with my kids, I get emotional on so many things, and I allow the kid to do that. But always my conscious mind, always the conscious mind says that this is not right, and we go for an implicit responses. हम लोग कई बार ऐसा सोचते हैं, कई बार ऐसा करने का प्रयास करते हैं जिसके अंदर में one second, mute all. मैं बहुत बार हम लोग ऐसा what we do is we take some decisions which are emotional attached. For example, we are doing a business. हम कोई business कर रहे हैं और उस business के अंदर में we very well know that this business is not made for us. ये obsolete हो गया, ये इसको करने का कोई फायदा नहीं है. But still we do it because we have an emotional attachment. My grandfather was doing it, my father was doing it, so I will do it. Lots of things goes with this, and now this is not the time for emotional decisions. This is time for a conscious decision. If you need to change, you need to change. If you need to change the process, you need to change the process. If you need to change the system, you need to change the system. अगर हमें कुछ भी चीज चेंज करना है, कुछ भी चीज को चेंज लाना है, तो we need to do that. I give you a very good example. Jio was running in the number 1 list of telephones. Now, but Jio was charging for the outgoing calls. If there was any outgoing call to any other operator, they were charging you. But suddenly Jio came, because this was hampering Jio, and people were shifting to other mobile operators like Airtel, Idea, blah blah blah. जब वो वहां जाने लग जाते थे, जब वहां जाके उन लोग जब उसे कर रहे थे, तो Jio felt that though we are cheaper than other operators, still because we are charging them, people are now not coming to us. Because the moment they recharge their mobile and their talk time finishes, the mobile stops. The service stops there. So they came with a new funda that now we are not going to charge it. And they've increased the cost. They managed to increase the cost. And now again, people are ready to buy Jio. But still it's cheaper than the other one. So the big corporates are always ready to change. वो हर चीज के change के लिए तैयार बैठे हैं. The simple reason is that now this is not the time that when we should be very emotionally attached to what we are doing, right? In any moment of decision, the best thing you can do is the right thing, and the next best thing is the wrong thing, and the worst thing you can do is nothing. I always say, nothing is the worst. सबसे बेकार चीज है nothing. At least try, take a decision, start taking decisions. गलत ही होगा, it may go wrong. It may go wrong, but every time it goes wrong, you will learn something new. You will get something new ideas. You will get some new concepts for the learning. But if you don't take a decision, nothing worse than that. उससे खराब कुछ भी नहीं है. You need, if you take a decision, two things can happen. The decision can go right or it can get wrong. If it gets wrong, you will learn. If it gets right, you go ahead. But every time you take a decision, it's going wrong, then you have to rethink about the decisions you take, how and why you are taking those decisions which are getting wrong. You need some consultation. लेकिन the best, सबसे अच्छी बात जो है, if you start taking decisions, fast decisions, and I'll tell you in the later program, हम जैसे आगे बढ़ेंगे, I'll tell you how we can take effective decisions to trigger 21. Now everything depends on the decision you make. Every decision of yours will decide कि आपको किस तरह जाना, where you want to go. Right. But whenever a problem, कुछ भी हमारे सामने आता है, कुछ भी हमारे दिमाग में आता है, कोई नई चीज आती है, what we do is, shall I do it? Shall I not do it? Shall I do it? Shall I not do it? Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. It starts coming to my mind, peeping into my mind. मुझे करना चाहिए, मुझे नहीं करना चाहिए, मुझे करना चाहिए, मुझे नहीं करना चाहिए. And we get confused. And in this confusion, most of the time people leave the thing. लोग उस चीज को छोड़ देते हैं. Yet they take a hassle decision. हड़बड़ी में कोई decision ले लेते हैं जो decision उनके favor में नहीं होता है. So now we need to understand that first we need to take, we have discussed that we need to take it. If you want to trigger 21, if you want to go ahead in life, if you want to do something different, because the opportunity which we all have now is the open market. So if you are a professional, if you are a businessman, if you are an entrepreneur, whatever you are, हम जिस तरह भी काम कर रहे हैं अभी ये एक हमारे पास ओपन है, because a 6 month of standstill, everything has changed. People have changed their perception, people have changed the way they are thinking, they were thinking, and everyone is coming up with new ideas, new things that if again something like this come, हम उसको we are ready to face it. I have met so many people. मैं इतने सारे लोगों से मिला हूँ और people were telling continuously that I am not in a position to give salary to my staff. I'm not in a position to give rent of my showrooms, of my office, of my godowns, of anything else. I'm not in a position to pay my EMIs. I'm not in a position to repay so many things. My dear friends, if you are working more than 5 years, if you're working for more than 5 years, and if you have any of this problem, believe me, you have not planned your 5 years. You have not planned. हमने कुछ प्लानिंग नहीं किया है. अगर 5 साल काम करने के बाद भी मुझे लगता है कि मैं सैलरी नहीं दे पा रहा हूं, मैं because I don't have reserves, I have not created some funds, contiguous funds which I could have utilized in this kind of situation. Think of a situation, something happens to you. Something happens to you and you are not in a position to come to your office or business for 6 to 8 months. Then what will happen? Everything shut down for you. There is a lack of planning, and the lack of planning comes because you have never thought about it. You never gave a thinking to it. और हमने इसके बारे में सोचा नहीं, तो हमने कोई ऐसा डिसीजन नहीं लिया, या हमने डिसीजन लिया तो उसको implement. We have never implemented on those decisions, which has made our situation pathetic. Now think about this gentleman. Think about this gentleman. Why I showed you that photograph? Think about this gentleman. I'm not this is not nothing to do with any political party or anything of that sort. But still, when you take a decision, when you're in a position to take a decision, maybe a hard or a soft decision, you always think, why I am taking this decision? The first question I always ask myself is why I am taking this decision. When I am going to implement this decision, what will be the things which will change or which will decide the outcomes of this decision? How it will be implemented, where it will be implemented, and who all are the people who are going to get affected by the decision? Who are the people and what are the situations? What will be the outcome of the decisions? We have lots of sheets, lots of logbooks. You are, even in Google, if you go, you will find so many things which will give you a brief idea to audit your decisions, to analyze your decisions, because if you don't take decision, you are not going ahead. A very good statement is there that our destiny is not in our hand, but our decisions are. And now it's high time for you to take a decision that where you want to go in 2021. How you want to go in 2021. What are the things which will be helping you to grow in 2021? It's a high time. Now, when we say decisions, few decisions are not in my hand, like this pandemic came in my life, and many things, बहुत सारी ऐसी चीजें जो हमारी लाइफ को इफेक्ट नहीं करती है, जो decisions हमारे हाथ में नहीं होते हैं, but leaving those decisions, most of the decisions are in our hand, and believe me, our destiny is decided by the decisions we take in our life. So now I'm giving one more statement that every decision making is a goal setting in my life. People say you set goal, you set goal, you set goal. I always say, if you take a decision, you're setting a goal for you. Now, when you take a decision and when you take that decision to make it success, when you take a decision, you decide to do something, you decide how to do it, you decide when to do it, decide the time frame in which the decision should be implemented, you decide that this will be the time frame from when I will start getting the outcomes. So every decision you make is a goal setting. And if you start taking into that form, if you take a decision, if I'm taking a decision, it's a goal setting for me. And if really you are setting a goal for yourself, yes, nothing can stop you in 2021. Now I talk about this process called DOPRA. You might have heard about it, but now when we talk about this in the format of the decision making, it is defining why I am taking the decision. What is the objective of my taking this decision? What is the objective? Most people take decision because you think you have to take a decision. I want to go. I'm planning to go to Goa in next week. Now I've taken a decision to go to Goa. Yes, I'll go. But just for my leisure. So people have different objectives of going or taking that decision. But when I take the decision, the third point is, I have a concrete plan to make it wonderful? Do I have a concrete plan of how it can become wonderful and how it can, I can get that best plan in best bargain? Same ways in our business life, in our entrepreneurial life, when we talk about any decisions, do we define that decision? People, there's a new terminology called, do you have a statement on it? Do you write a decision statement? I've taken the decision, now this is my decision. Now when I define my decision, that now this is the final decision. Now so many times we only take a decision, but when we write that decision, we define that decision, that this is the decision I'm taking to trigger 21 again in the best or the better way. The first question will come to our mind is, what is the objective behind it? Many times we take a decision, but when we think of the objective, we drop that decision. No, I'm not getting the right objective to do it. But if you have the objective, certainly you will get a good plans. If you can define your decisions and if you can make some objective, if you have a concrete objective to take that decision, you will be in a position to plan it. And if you have planning, then you can do lots of research on it. Lots of research on it, that yes, what are the things which will come on my way? What are the things which will help me to grow ahead in this? What are the things which will make this decision of mine to grow ahead? Right? Before taking the action, if we do the above four things, which is defining, objective, planning, and research on my decision, maybe a small decision, maybe a big decision. Maybe a small, maybe a big decision. But if you have in your back of the mind that why I'm taking this decision, certainly it will help you to grow from where you are to where you want to go. I'm not going into detail of this concept, is it diverge and converge, but certainly हमें इतना बात तो समझ में आना ही चाहिए कि are we making choices or are we creating choices? There's a difference. We create a choice, we create an atmosphere for us, we create a situation where we want to grow up in our life. We are creating a situation where what we want, we get. We are creating a situation where I want to be, I will be the number one. I will be the best player of the game. But we make sure there are lots of choices and we are just making choices. Okay, no worries, we'll do this because people are doing it. They got good success. This is just following people. You will only get very small results out of it. But when you start creating choices, when you start creating a situation for you where you can get the best outcome, believe me, my dear friends, believe me, nothing will stop you. Maybe initially you will get some setbacks. Maybe initially you will have to face some problems. But the first mover benefit is always at the top. In business terms, though, the first mover gets the maximum benefit and the profit. The first mover gets the maximum advantage of what they want to have. Lots of companies are coming with ideas of these grocery stores now. You see Jio getting into grocery stores. You see Global Ghana getting into grocery stores. You see Tata getting into grocery stores. Lots of small in your town, wherever you live, small entrepreneurs, they are planning to make small kirana stores or grocery stores in your town. Why people are jumping into groceries? Why people are jumping into general stores? For a very simple reason, they understood that anything can, a pandemic like COVID could have stopped, but not grocery stores. People need food, they will require it. And so they found it as a big business. But those who had the setup, they were in a big advantage. Most of the few I have seen, few of the chains selling their groceries chains into much higher valuation to big giants, just because they had that vision in the mind that this business is going to flourish in future, in today and also in future. So what is the decision statement? I told you about decision statement, writing up the decision statement. So now this is a simple sheet. If you can just see the sheet, sorry. Now when I take a decision, when I am taking a decision or any kind of decision or any kind of action plan I'm making, I've come out with a concept called glad, sad, and mad. Any plans, any decisions in my business, anything I want to trigger, this is a corporate concept. I can say not a corporate concept, but it's something very good. If you think about it, there are three perceptions to a decision or to a plan or to an action plan: glad, sad, and mad. Right? Now, when we are on the action plan, when we are doing and implementing any decision, when we are trying to implement a decision, I write what were the things. Just see the sheet, and you can just if you want to you can take a picture of it. It's a very simple sheet where you can write down what were the things that gave the glad feeling, good feeling about that decision or that action plan. What were the things that made me happy about it? Now, is there any scope of improvement in it? Is there any scope of improvement in it? And thirdly, what are the plans and actions again? The second part is sad. Why sad? That I wanted it to happen, but this conclusion, these things came out which made me sad, which made me unhappy rather. I was not happy with it. It could have been better. I could have got better results out of it. I could have done better in this. Now, when I write that, again, there is a scope. What is the scope of improvement in it? What could I do? Should I do? What should I do to make this conclusion into the glad situation? How can I push it to in a glad situation? But many things happen in your life, many decisions, which really make you mad about it. What is mad? I never thought about it. I took the decision and I thought it will go better. But it got bad. I'm not getting good result. Nothing can happen. Nothing made. When you segregate the issues, when you segregate a decision or an action plan, or when you segregate a roadmap, and you segregate what were the things which made me happy, what were the things which made me unhappy, and what were the things which made me mad about this decision. And then what are the scope of improvement in it? How can I improve the decision so that it goes and into the first category? And what are the actions should I take to make push that decision to that? Believe me, there is always a scope of improvement in anything and any work. This is just a simple sheet. If you just start doing it, start planning it, because if you write anything which can be measured, can be improved. But when we only think in our mind and we don't write it, we don't pen it down, we are not in a position to get the correct improvement or the correct result of that decision. Why I'm talking continuously about decisions? What is the reason? Because last few years after the notebandi and after all kind of hard decisions of GST and all, many businesses were into some kind of disturbance because they were running their business from last many years into the same pattern they were going. There was no systematic approach. There was no planning, or there was no approach which could have been in a digital form. But people were forced to do it. Now you see small shopkeepers accept Paytm, they accept Google Pay, they accept Pay Money, they accept Bheem Pay. They are ready to get digital now. They're getting there because they now either you will do it by yourself or you will be forced to do it. And if you are forced to do it, better you do it yourself. Right? Now, where you are today, it is the decision you make yesterday. Those decisions you took yesterday, those decisions you took in your past are the situations which you are present today. Any decision, if a couple decides to go for a baby, they take a decision and after a few months they get a baby. If you decide that yes, I'll go to the gym and I'll make a good body or a good physique, you decide to go to a gym, you do a hard work, you plan, you check all the parameters. After a few months or few years, you get a good physique. So decisions you made yesterday that got you where you are today. And this is a statement which all have to agree. So now start making decisions. I know you all make decisions, but when you make decisions, are they smart decisions? Are those decisions being audited continuously? Why I'm using the word audit? Unless you don't audit your decisions, until you don't rewrite your decisions, it is very tough for anyone to go ahead. Now, this is a very common picture which you have seen this or that, but in your life, these situations come every minute, every moment in your life when you sit and think what to do. Kya karna hai, boss? Idhar jana hai, idhar jana hai, kidhar jana hai. So we continue to think about what to do, but I'll tell you a very good a plan which I have made. कुछ ऐसा plan मैंने बनाया है जो आपको बताता हूँ मैं कि now what kind of decisions you can take. If there is a planning and there is no action, this is situation number one. There is a planning, but there is no action. A person, if you are taking a decision, if you are planning a decision and not taking action, I call this an emotional call. Now, what is the emotional call? I call it as an emotional call. Right? Now, the best example is our house. house? Because we plan a decision, but we don't take a strong action. We don't take a concrete action plan on it. Yes, if his kids come to the house and say to his or her mother, yeah, I want to eat Maggie. Okay, you want Maggie? Maggie is there, but she doesn't have that action plan that today she will going to serve the Maggie. She'll serve the Maggie. So many decisions we take on emotional ground. The best example is Duryodhan and his father. The whole Mahabharata was because the king did not take the decision. It was only on emotional ground which created the whole Mahabharata. What is your call for this kind of decisions in your business? Do I take emotional decisions very frequently? I plan decisions, I make decisions, I emotionally do it, but I don't have any action plan on it. I do not think 100 times. I do not write that dopra sheet. I do not write a decision statement. I do not think about it. I do not audit that decision, and I do it. I just go and do it. Because I planned, I go and do it. This kind of decisions sometimes may help you, but in the longer perspective, it's a very difficult and tough situation. Your emotions are making it difficult for you to accept hard decisions. There are always two ways. I said in just 2 or 3 slides back that there are many a times you need to take hard. You have a situation where whether to go this side or whether to go this side. You have 2 calls. One may be a tough call. You always take an easy call. अरे यार होने देना यार आसानी से हो जाता है करने दो. It's an easy call. Don't worry. When many people think, अरे if I can do it this way easily, why to go in a tougher decisions? I never say go do a tough job only. You can go if you can take a car and go to a place. Why to walk? Very true. But many a time, few decisions, because we want to have a scapegoat, because we want to come, don't face the troubles, we take a soft decision or an emotional decision or to leave the decision or to do the others have done, and we don't get the results which we deserve. And so 0.5% or 1% people get good success, good results, and others just go on and go on and go on the goat race. The second is we don't have a plan for any decision or any action, but yes, we do the action. Now, this is a wonderful situation. What kind of situation is this? That this is 80 to 90% businessmen do. They don't plan whatever comes in front of them and they take a decision. They do it. They do the action. They immediately take a decision. Which decision they could have taken month. For example, when just few days back I was sitting with my chartered accountant. He said, I have got more all the files, 80% of files. People, when I call them, sir, it is time, you will be penalized if you don't do your audit or you don't put your returns. They come and with the pen drive or the accounts and say, sir, do it. They don't do any kind of financial planning. But because it is mandatory in the government, they come and keep the returns. And when they really need a good file, they fail out of it. This is a situational call. Why we invite situations to rule over us? Why we invite situations to rule over our minds? Why we invite situations to run the way they want to run the game? Any situation which comes in our life, we will say, "Jab aayega tab dekha jayega." No, I empathize and I understand that many times we have to take some situation calls. Those are unavoidable situations. But 80 to 90% time we have to take situational decisions or calls just because we did not plan back. We knew we will have to go there. We knew we have to do this. We knew we have to make this happen. But still we linger. अरे जब होगा तब देखा जाएगा. We say, don't worry, yaar, it's long time. I'll think and do. I'll think and do. And suddenly when the situation comes, we take a hassle decision without thinking, and which is really difficult for us. Really difficult for us. What is your call for this kind of decision in your business? Why did I show this picture? Why did I show this picture? We are not fighting the war of Mahabharata. We are not on the grounds of Mahabharata where situations will change. We are in an entrepreneurial situation. Do you think you are fighting a war? Do you think that you are in a situation where you will have an enemy suddenly coming in front of you and you will have to fight with them? You don't know what kind of weapons they use. No. But we treat our life, we treat our business in the same way that every day is a Mahabharata. And so you will hear so many people talking about this. Life is very tough. We are facing lots of problems. Anything can happen anytime. We have to take immediate decisions. So I'm stressed, I'm tensed, I don't know what to do. I don't know what is happening in my life. But my dear friends, you need to take this, that am I taking the wrong decisions? Am I now dependent on situational calls? Sometimes the smallest decision that you can change your life forever. If you take a right decision, if you take the right call, it can change your life forever. But we wait for the right decision, we'll see to it, and this makes the real ball go away from our court. We miss the game, we miss the train, we miss the chance, and someone else. Because believe me, friends, if you will not do it, some other person will do it. Because we are 1/6 of the population of the world. If we are hugely populated country, and we have a team of minded people. Just few days back, when India won the test match from Australia, what did the Aussie says? They never underestimate the opponent, especially when it is an Indian. 125 to get the best 11 out of 125 crores is not easy, and we underestimated Indians. So when you are in the business, when you are in the market, how can you underestimate your opponents? But if you take the smallest good decision, that will change. That can take small good decisions, and it will trigger your life. It will trigger you from where you are to the best positions you deserve to go. The third situation is neither I plan nor neither take action. क्या फर्क पड़ता है? What happens? Doesn't matter. Life is easy. I never plan. I never do action. What is going on? Let flow with the wind. But many times I can take it's an accidental call. Suddenly, you are driving a car. You didn't have any plan to push the brake. You are not in a position to take the action. Suddenly, someone comes and you put the brakes, strong brake. Now, what we say, accidentally, I am saved. Accident could have happened. Now, this is called an accidental call. Now, these decisions are, though unavoidable, the situations may come where you have no plans for the decision and you didn't have any action plan in your mind. Still, you have to take these decisions are unavoidable. You will have to take it. But when you are taking these kind of decisions, you will have to understand one thing. That when you take other decisions, you have a brain which in the initially slide I told you that we have two kinds of brains. One is conscious mind, which take conscious decisions, and one is unconscious mind, which take unconscious decisions. But when you continuously take good decisions or small decisions, your mind is activated to take good decisions. to take strong decisions, to take hard decisions. And when your mind is activated to those decisions, believe me, my dear friends, any situation which is accidental, you will in a position to take good decisions. Now, the biggest, we never had a plan or an experiment to close our shop for 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, to close our businesses for a few days. But still we had to. It was an accidental decision. We were helpless. But still few people tried to make this period an healthy period for their business. They planned, they rethink, they thought about it, they did lots of hard work, they did lots of planning and goal setting for it. And most of us, I don't know what, but when I meet people, they say, sir, we thought of doing something, but then we missed because we were so afraid of coronavirus. We were just not in a position to do or take any decision because we never knew when it will close, when we'll go to our offices. This is all lame excuse. When you are into business, you are in a war. When you are in a business, you are a strategist where you need to take strong strategies and decisions to make your business grow big, bigger and biggest. What is your call for this kind of decisions in your business? Believe me, my dear friends, to trigger your life, to trigger your business, to trigger your things, you need to have a situation where you take small decisions, you activate your mind and conscious mind by taking continued good decisions and reviewing our decisions. When you are in a habit of reviewing, when you are in a habit that, oh, I'm not happy with the decision, what are the improvements required, what are the action plans I should do, how to make decisions go good. When your mind is activated with this, continuous activation is there. When these kind of accidental incidents come, you certainly go in a better situation. Sometimes the hardest thing and the right thing are the same. Many a time in life, you take a hard decision, you take a tough decision, and it is the right decision. Don't get afraid to face tough situations. Don't get afraid to face tough scenarios. Because tough situations will make you stronger, and will make you a big thinker. Any entrepreneur or any person who wants to grow in life should be a thinker, should be a strategist. He need to think, he need to make strategies, he need to make plans. Action and implementation can be done by your subordinate, can be done by your team, can be done by the people who are helping you in your business. And the last situation is, I have a plan and I have an action plan. This is the situation which I always want, except incidental and accidental situations, some of the incidental and some of the accidental situations. Most of the situations should be that when I have a plan for my decision and I take action, it is intentional call. I intend to do good. I intend to grow. I want to grow big and bigger. I want to show the world, yes, I have the guts to change my life. Yes, I can do this. I can bring the difference in the life. I can make changes because the moment you grow, you help others to grow. I think most of us are very small entrepreneurs. We are not big tycoons. We are not big corporates. But you know who are we? We are the people who give employment to those set of people who do not get employment in big corporates. We give services to people who don't get services from the corporates. We are the people who touch the ground reality of the country. We are the people who give employment to small rickshawalas. We give employment to small transporters. We give employment to our related industries. We give employment to the staff we have. We give employment to the stationary people. We give employment to so many things. Because we are huge in number. Our intentional call, our growth helps to help others also to grow. Right? Now, what about FIFO? Now, this is stock strategy, and I always give example of the housewife. The best example of FIFO, first of stock strategy, is the kitchen of our house. Just see them and how they use the materials in their house. the things they use first is the things which they bought first, which is going to get spoiled. They use it first so that it does not, the money is not wasted. Are we in a, or do we take a decision to have a big FIFO strategy in our business? Men of intelligence acting with delusion always obtain good fruits. What is this? Men of intelligence. And who is an intelligent man? Who is an intelligent man? The man who can take a decision. The man who can put the decision into action. The man who can put the action into real shape. The man who can review and audit the actions on the basis of the actions, that what should I improvise and improve in my decisions. Now this is a new concept, the concept which will help you grow is reaching wider and reaching deeper. The business you do, you have to spread your business, you have to expand your business, you have to expand the way the thing is reaching wider, and you have to reach deeper into the concept, deeper into the product, deeper into your things what you are doing, and how you can make things go. Now you have the two ways you have to decide to increase and to grow your business is reaching wider and growing deeper. I always say this, that you are only one decision away from the total different life. Whether you want to live a normal life or you want to live a very successful life, it's the decision you need to take. It's a decision that you will have to take. It is a decision which you need to perceive in yourself. आपके अंदर में उसको ऐसा पकड़ के अंदर लाना है कि it's only one decision that can change your life completely. Now when you talk about decision making, because when I say triggering decision, when you take a right decision, decision is planning, assessment, monitoring, and again implementation. It's a circle. Every time it's a circle. Every time when you plan a decision, when you take a decision, you implement it. When you implement, you have to monitor and evaluate it. And then you do the assessment and again read the replanning. We are continuously talking about the same situation. We are continuously talking about the same positioning. Now I talk about no. When you take a decision or anything, you need to have the knowledge about it. You always have to get some newness, some creativity about it. You have to see the opportunities. And the last is, do I have the work-life balance? Any decisions, anything in your business should have the work-life balance. So do I know my decisions? Do I know, do I understand why I'm taking those decisions? I'm just leaving it out, but I'll show you some situations. Now this lady, if most of you have known about her, she is Gertrude Adler, the first woman to cross English Channel in 1926. But just 1 year back in 1925, she tried to cross the English Channel, and she was said that people said women couldn't swim the channel, but I proved it. She was swimming the channel. It was that cold, very cold water. She was swimming very hard. All the salty water was coming down. She was trying very hard. But in 1925, when she was swimming, the wind was the wind was on the opposite directions. Things were not, and she decided that no, I cannot do it. I'm sorry, I cannot do it. And she decided to leave that challenge. And when she left the challenge, she was taken into the boat. She saw she was only few hundred meters from the target. She was upset. She understood that I took the wrong decision. She again, because she wanted to prove the world to see the people who had the perception that women can cross the English Channel, she again tried, and she succeeded in 1926. And she became the first woman to cross English Channel. Now this gentleman, he could have lived a wonderful life. He could have lived a wonderful life in South Africa, being an advocate. He could have But no, he never left it. He took a decision, yes, if not me, who? And he took a decision that I will live a life and I will make my people, the people of my country, and motivate them to get independence through non-violence. He took the decision and just changed lives of millions in India. If Mahatma Gandhi would have taken a easier decision, don't worry, I'll sit at my home, I'll do my advocate, and I'll get a good life. He could have done that, but he took the decision, and now we all remember him as Bapu. I don't know how many people know this gentleman, but he is Virat Kohli. He is Virat Kohli. Do I need to tell about him? People always thought that who after Dhoni? But when Virat Kohli came onto the fields, he changed because he took an aggressive decision on cricket, and he got miracles to the country. Now this gentleman, I say I'm not a political man, but I always see that this gentleman has at least brought people of our country into the world map, has brought new revolutions. Maybe some decisions were wrong, but still few decisions, especially I always support the GST move. The GST has made the whole country into one basket. Now you can do business throughout the country. So he's the man of decisions. Do I take it, or do I play football in a ground where there is no goalpost? Do I play football in a ground where there is no goalpost? Or do I have a goal? Do I have a destination where I need to kick the ball off my decisions? Do I have a situation? Do I have a situation where I know where I am supposed to go? Do I have a situation where I know that what is my cup of tea? Am I in a situation to understand the philosophy of today's entrepreneurship? Do I trigger myself to go ahead? Do I push myself to go ahead? Attitude 3 positioning and learning is the self-way. You need to have that winner attitude. You need to have that sting. You need to have the spark in you, which always shows that yes, you can go ahead with better options. Either you differentiate or stay common. We are the people who are in a position to differentiate from others. You need to take decision how differentiate you can do, how you can do things which will help you to push up in your life, which will help you to come out in a better way. You need to differentiate. This is a small story which we all know we have heard in our childhood. 6 blind people were there. They were touching the elephant. Some were telling that this is a pillar. The person who was touching the teeth was telling it's a spear. The person who was touching जो उसके सूंड को हाथ लगा रहा था, he was telling that this may be a pipe. And the person who was touching the ear said it's a flap. So many perception came. Are we in the same situation? क्या हम इसी situation में हैं? I'm in the same situation in a blindfolded life. Or do we know that we are not touching a small thing, we have a huge prospects in our life? Choice is yours, my dear friend. Choice is yours. The bigger your challenge, the bigger your opportunity for growth. Don't limit your challenges. Now, this is a statement which I religiously follow. I challenge my challenges. Don't limit your challenge your limits. Change is the nature of life, but the challenge is the future of life. So challenge the challenges. Never change the challenges. You have to challenge the challenges. Are you in a position to challenge the challenges? Keep this word in your mind that now I'm a person who will challenge the challenges. You come and I will solve it. You come, I'll fight with it. You come and I will go over it. But I am in a position to challenge the challenges because I am possible. Nothing is impossible for me. accept the challenges. Right? Become the top achiever of your life. Grow in your life. Think about growing. Take decisions. Take the right decisions. Take the decisions which will help you to get a better life in future. We don't grow when things are easy. We grow when we face the challenges. So I said, challenge the challenges. You have to dream before your dreams can come true. Or you are in a position, we sleep, we take good dreams. There's very good lines of Javed Akhtar, सोच है तो ख्वाब है, ख्वाब है तो मंजिलें हैं, मंजिलें हैं तो रास्ते हैं, रास्ते हैं तो मुश्किलें हैं, मुश्किलें हैं तो हौसला है, हौसला है तो विश्वास है, और विश्वास है तो जीत है. So are we in this situation or are we in this situation? It is our call, it is our decisions, it is our position to understand things. So you need to take that oath that I will challenge the challenge. I am a decision maker. I will trigger my life. Trigger in 21. I will trigger, and this oath you should take every day. Nothing can stop me when I have taken a decision. When I have taken a decision to grow in my life, when I have taken a decision to get best in my life, now I've taken this oath that this 21, I am going to trigger high. I'm going to trigger best, and I will trigger the change in my life. And because when this change will come to my life, it will change lives of many. It will change the life of so many people who are directly or indirectly associated with my life. But when anything gets wrong, the first one to ask the question is you yourself. What went wrong? We being the owner, we being the operator, we being the thing, we always find faults in others. Do we ever ask ourselves where I went wrong? Was there a communication gap? Was there any other gap? So the first person to be asked question is you yourself. Unleash yourself. Release yourself with all the old and you have to break that ice. You have to break the ice in you. We have to break the perception in you. We have to break that philosophy which is binding you with the thoughts and not allowing you to unleashing. You are a superhero. When your son, when your daughter calls you, my dad or my mom is a superhero or superwoman. Believe me, we all feel good. But believe me, every human being is a superhero. You are born with some special qualities. The only thing you require is to unleash yourself. आपको अपने आप को इस चीज से छुटकारा पाना होगा, आपको निकलना पड़ेगा इससे बाहर. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It was wonderful talking from here from Baroda. I am sitting in the room, though I was with, मुझे लग रहा था कि there will be net connections, but still we managed to talk to you. I got this opportunity from JCI India. All stay safe, stay healthy, stay at now stay at home till we all get out of questions. Certainly, yes, we could have taken, but there's no scope. But thank you everyone here in the house. It was wonderful having you all here in the training series of National Convention 2021. आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. यहाँ बहुत मजा आया आप लोगों के साथ. और if you have any questions, you can write in the chat box. You can certainly write in the chat box if you have any questions. We are here in Baroda enjoying the semi-virtual National Convention here. And thank you very much, JCI India and National President Anish Matthew, and the training head of JCI India National Training, Siddiqui, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much. And if there's no questions, I take leave. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye, everyone. Take care. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
So
हाँ
हाँ ठीक
Those
है
who are
सर
against Simsan
आया
and
अभी दोनों
Simran, the
तो राहुल
JCRT
लैपटॉप करके है ना, उसको को होस्ट बना दो.
by taking a recess for
ओके एक मिनट
55 minutes and we will begin by 2 p.m. Thank you so much.
More. Yes.
हुआ सर
Ask unmute करना. चार्ट कितना आता देखो.
Technically, can you switch off the camera?
हेलो सर करो मैसेज
अच्छा उसकी वहीं से मीटिंग है. सीरीज से बिना ये तो मेरे उसमें भी है.
हाँ ठीक है, ठीक है. पवन पवन
हाँ सर।
ये सब चाहिए।
पवन
हेलो।
नहीं तो मेरे पास भी जाना है।
हाँ
ये देखो, अगर तुम होस्ट
यस
रहोगे
सर।
तो कोई भी लोग आ रहे हैं ना, उनको एडमिट कर पाओगे, नहीं तो मुझे करना होगा वो काम।
ओके ओके सर, बट लीव जब भी आप मीटिंग लीव करोगे तो एंड मत करना सर बस।
एंड नहीं करूंगा।
हाँ सर हाँ।
तुम देखो, तुम खुद होस्ट बन जाओ कैसे।
होस्ट
मुझे
नहीं बन
बनाने
पाऊंगा
को
सर
नहीं,
मैं।
तो मुझे
को
बनाने
होस्ट
को
बना दो मुझे, को होस्ट।
हाँ, मैंने को होस्ट बना दिया।
हाँ सर। ओके
तुम
सर।
एडमिट करो सब लोगों को, ठीक है।
हाँ हाँ हाँ।
अभी कौन चालू करेंगे, सिद्दीकी सर?
अभी तो स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ ना सर, अभी होगा तब।
चार्जर चार्जर क्यों नहीं?
हाँ, अभी तो 3-4 मिनट है बस ना।
यस सर।
हाँ अरे सर।
तो पूछो, तो सिद्दीकी सिद्दीकी आ रहा है क्या, पूछो।
हाँ सर आ रहा है।
सिद्दीकी सर अभी आए नहीं, एक मिनट सर।
फोन लगाओ रहे इसको।
आपके पास सबके पास कूपन है ना?
हाँ ये कूपन भी दे दिया था।
कूपन नहीं है?
नहीं सर।
कितने हैं हम? 10।
सिद्दीकी सर का नंबर है आपके पास?
नहीं, कौन कौन चालू करेगा ये ट्रेनिंग्स? कौन चालू कर रहे हैं? सिद्दीकी सर कर रहे हैं ना?
चालू आप करेंगे? पूछता हूँ मैं फिर भी।
उनका नहीं है।
सर उनका नंबर नहीं लग रहा है, क्या करेंगे?
क्या?
उनका नंबर नहीं लग रहा है, वो तो है भी नहीं यहाँ पे सर, अभी वो लंच के लिए गए हैं। है, आप ही को करना पड़ेगा सर
स्टार्ट मुझे ही करना है।
हाँ।
अरे पूछो उनको फोन करके।
टाइम भी हो गया, अगर रहता तो आ जाते ना अभी।
पवन, मेरा आवाज ठीक से सुनाई दे रहा है? तुम्हारा नेटवर्क खराब लगता है मुझे।
नहीं अच्छा है सर, अच्छा सुनाइए।
Friends, very good afternoon to all of you. We are just waiting for the National Director Training, Siddiqui sir, to come and start the proceedings. So, hello, dear participants. Tuman Das Sinha, Zone Vice President, Zone 4, 2021, Meena Mani Repaka, Mauni Kavali, President of JC Rajmundry Champions, Nagamoli, National Trainer and JC India Author, JC Naresh Gupta, JC Shiva Sharma, Sundari Vedantam, and JC Ongol.
हेलो राहुल सर। हेलो
हेलो, हाँ पवन।
हाँ सर आ रहे हैं वो 2 मिनट में, मैंने बात किया उनसे, वो आ रहे हैं।
आ रहे हैं, चलो ठीक है।
हाँ हाँ।
Latik Shetty madam, very good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
For the information of all the rest of the participants here, past Executive Vice President Shays, a very vibrant leader of Karnataka zone.
Thank you so much.
If I'm not wrong, zone 24, madam?
Yes, sir.
Zone 24?
Yeah, zone 24.
Zone 24. We are missing you here at NatCon, madam.
Yeah, we were unable to come because of the pandemic.
Yeah, Madhavi madam, Moni Vasudev Reddy sir, they are here.
Yeah.
The ND training is logging in, madam. We are just waiting for him.
हेलो सर आगे हैं, 1 मिनट है। मैं जा रहा हूँ।
Good afternoon. Rahul sir,
Yeah,
can we
very good
start?
afternoon. Yes, sir. Yes. You should tell us, sir.
Yes. Okay. Respected JCA members, National President, other dignitaries, and today's faculty, the most charming trainer, JCA India author, Finance Committee member, really a versatile personality in the sense of training, in the sense of administration, in the sense of finance. Wherever Rahul sir, wherever going, there should be a footprint. Being as a ND training, great pleasure and privilege for me, like Rahul sir session is going now, regarding the successful entrepreneur. On behalf of JCA India, I know very well that because it is not physical. At the same time, General Assembly and the training, everything going in a different virtual mode. But even though you the people are here, I'm taking this opportunity to congratulate all the participants who are gathered here in the training program. And today's faculty, we know there is no need of introduction. That is Rahul sir, because whatever may be, because being as a trainer, some trainers have some special topic, but regarding the Rahul sir, it is something different. Whatever may be, whatever the topic, Rahul sir is available. In the sense of management, in the sense of leadership, in the sense of HR, every whatever one the organization, Rahul sir is ready to deliver. And moreover, is a great trainer, great administrator, great JC member. On behalf of JC India, let me welcome today's faculty, past on president and the finance committee member for the last 4 years. Rahul sir, the floor is over to you, sir. Thank you.
So thank you very much, National Director Training. It is indeed a privilege to be a part of this national conference training series. Such sweet and nice words for me shows your humility. Such a wonderful, even during the pandemic, you created history by record number of training programs across India, which never happened earlier. So, so great, sir, great. So under your leadership, we have been given this opportunity. So my dear friends, I will start off right away. The topic given for for me today is successful entrepreneur. Okay, with whoever are the participants, we will have a limited interaction since the participants number is less now. Okay, comparatively, what we can do is we can have more of interaction. In fact, that is one of the points of today's session, that whatever be the situation, how to look at it in a positive way. Okay, so going with that, so I would request all the participants to actively participate over the or actively participate in the chat box. So friends, for us to understand who a successful entrepreneur is, or entrepreneur means business, who does business or profession, or how can he become successful. For us to understand, first we have to understand what actually success is. There are two parts of this. One is becoming successful, the other is being an entrepreneur. Because success is a very, very relative term. A person may say, a person who earns 10,000 rupees per month may say, I'm very successful in my life. 8,000 per month, he may say, I'm very successful. A person who is earning a crore a month may say, still I have to be successful. So it is a relative term which cannot be defined. It is only the mindset which really drives who a successful person is and who a successful person is not, right? So with this little introduction, I divide this session into two parts. Okay, I'll take you through. The first part is success in life and in business. Okay, the second one, the 6 M's of business. Okay, it is a very, very simple session. However, it is going to be very powerful. That is my promise to all of you. Right, and I'm sure all of you are going to concur with me in on the various sharings of my experience. Friends, I'll tell you, whatever is going to be on the slide, whatever I'm going to talk today, all these points are out of my experience only. There is nothing that I've gathered or copied from anywhere. When I was preparing this presentation, this morning I started preparing, then each one of the slide I thought, okay, let me share it out of my experience. Okay, so we now move on to this understanding success. So friends, can you type into the chat box what according to you is success? Can you type into the chat box what according to you is success? My question once again to all of you, what according to you people is success? You can please type into the chat box. I'm waiting at the chat box. So nobody is going to type in the chat box what success means. Right, reaching the desired goal from JC Nagamoli. Good. That is a very good definition which you have given. Reaching the desired goal. Okay. Anybody else? What according to you is success? Happy and peaceful career life, reaching our desired goals. Yeah, Meena, Manidipti, Moni Kavali. You're very good. Very good. So each one of you is giving, different definitions. So what I understand of the success of life, I will share with you. Okay. So there can be, first we have to understand before going to success in entrepreneurship, we have to understand what success actually means. So it can be understood from two different perspectives. One is the perspective of personal life. The other is the perspective of business life. Okay. So in personal life, what does success mean? Success, according to me, according to what I learned in my life, if you have good food to eat, 3 times a day, good food to eat, then in my opinion, you are successful. The second point, if you have some place to live, if you have a decent place to live, then you are successful. Food, first point. Second, place to live. These two, if they're there in your life, then according to me, you are successful in in your life. However, since there is perpetuity of this human race, perpetuity means continuous, continuing, right? Our generation does not end with us. It carries on because of the perpetuity of the human existence. That is, we have children, their children have children, and it goes on. So, according to me, there is another point to say that a person is successful in his personal life, and that point is when their children they settle down well in their life. Friends, if these three things can happen in your life, in any human being's life, good food, some some food to eat, some place to live, and your children they settle down according to their parameters, they settle down, have a decent living in your life, then you are successful. If you have lots of food, right? If you have lots of food, if you have if you have 10 houses, right, and you have one or two children, and those children do not settle down in their life, then what is the real purpose of life, my dear friends? There is no purpose of life, right? So friends, success means you living by yourself and also seeing to that the perpetuity of the human race is also carried on well. So it is your responsibility throughout your life to see that your children settle down well. And when you feel on that day, you feel, yeah, my children now, I think they can take care of themselves and they're self-sustainable. On that day, you can claim to be a successful person. According to me, this is the definition. Okay. So then what about success in this is success in personal life, then what about the success in business? The success in business, first point, achieve your goal. So somebody may say, my goal was to start up a business, I started a business, then his goal is reached, then he's successful that day. Or he wanted to buy his own office, he buys an office, or he sets up a factory, then he's happy, he's successful, and he says, yeah, uh, I'm successful now because I could achieve my goal. Okay. So achieving your goal also in business is means success, right? And then maintain the growth curve, which is very important. My friends, understand that, for example, if somebody has an objective, business objective, or a business goal of setting up, of having their own office, after they buy their office, are they done? Is there success done in life? No. Success is to carry on. That is the way they grew in life. That growth curve should continue to maintain. Only then it can be exponential, it can be arithmetic, it can be geometric proportion, it can be on any parameter that you think is reasonable for you, right? So you have to maintain that growth curve, which means that success once achieved does not mean success for life. Success once achieved means success only for that goal. You have to continue to maintain that success, only then you can say that I am successful in my business. So success is a continuous process where you keep on achieving goal by goal. And the third point, finally, your satisfaction. Friends, if you achieve your goal, you're maintaining the growth curve in a very good state, and you do not have satisfaction, then do you think you are successful? Somebody asks you, sir, you are earning lot of money in your life. You're earning 1 crore per month, and you are also able to maintain the growth curve. So, and that person says, no, boss, I'm still not satisfied. Then if there is no satisfaction, then according to that person, there is no success in life. So friends, achieving the goal, maintaining the growth curve, and finally at every point of time, only if you have that satisfaction in life, then you can say, or somebody can say that, yeah, yes, boss, he is successful, right? So success being a relative term from personal and business front, this is what we can understand, that if you have good place to live, good food to eat, and your children, they settle down well in their life, become self-sustainable, then yes, you can call as a human being you're successful. As an entrepreneur, you can call yourself successful after you achieve your goal. You continue to set new goals, to continue to achieve those new goals, and finally you claim to be satisfied, right? With this, we understand the three stages of success. These three stages of success are: first one, just not reaching your goal. First one is attaining your goal. Okay. Yeah, I'm increasing the volume. So the first one is attaining your goal, right? Attaining the goal is the first step, which means that attaining the goal, what does it mean? Attaining the goal, it means that you must have worked really hard and you did a lot of work, a lot of hard work in your life. Without doing a lot of hard work in your life, you cannot become successful, right? So attain is the first step of success. Then after you have achieved success and you earned some money and you earned good fame, name, then the very tough part is the second step of life, that is retaining that success. Friends, retaining the success is the second step of life, second stage of success. It is not sufficient if you attain success. It is because it is a continuous process, you have to retain that success also. And suppose you say, sir, this is the year 2021, in the year 2019, do you know what I did? Boss, you forget, you attained that in 2019. Are you able to attain or maintain the same growth curve in the year 2021 also? If not, if the answer is no, then it means that you were successful and you are not successful as of now, right? I think we can understand it from this perspective, right? So my dear friends, what is required in addition to the hard work for retaining the success is responsibility. Friends, responsibility is because, suppose, say, for example, I settled down well in my life and I achieved my goal, one of the goals I achieved, and I got good name. Is it not my responsibility? Is it not my responsibility to see that I keep up that name? Yes or no? Or is it not my responsibility to see that I continue to earn what my first goal was, right? If my goal was earning a lakh of rupees per month, and that month I earn, from the next month onwards I don't earn, then it means that you can do and you are not responsible, right? You are irresponsible. You are unable to maintain that growth curve. So first is attain, the second step is retain, and the third one, regain. Forget, my dear friends, regaining the success. If you have lost it once for all, if you have lost the business, if you have lost the name and fame, then it is extremely tough. We cannot even imagine how much hard work we have to do, how much the impression across we have to erase and then start afresh. It is extremely difficult. So the easiest job for us is to retain success. For retaining success, what do you have to do is to continue to do the hard work, right? So this is the simple mantra which we can all understand for being successful in our life. So my dear friends, the first question that always arises to my mind, and which I keep telling most of the participants wherever it is required, is first question that before you talk something on any point, the first question that you should ask yourself is, do I know it? When a discussion happens, we generally see that when 3 4 people are seated, anybody and everybody, they talk and they keep giving advices. They say, I think it is like this, I think it is like that. That is only thinking. That may not be knowing. So first question that we should always ask ourselves is, do I know it? Like, for example, see, few people say allopathy is good. Few people say Ayurveda is good. Few people say homeopathy is good. So when somebody is saying it is good, then that is fine. But when somebody says, no, 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 allopathy is bad, it damages you, then they should be knowing about allopathy. Or for example, there is acupressure treatment, or acupuncture treatment. If somebody says, no, 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 acupressure is not going to work, or acupuncture is not going to work, then they should have had knowledge of that acupuncture to be able to say that, it does not work. They can say allopathy works, right? It is okay. But for them to be able to say that acupuncture does not work, right? You should have knowledge of acupuncture, the entire science, how the origin of the what was the origin of acupuncture, how it works, and then only being able to compare and judge, this is better, this is less, this is not so good, and sort of statements can be made only at that point of time, right? So friends, first question, do I know it? The second question that we should ask ourselves is, yeah, when out of the first question, if the answer is I think, I don't know, then if there is I don't know, then your learning starts. If the answer is I know, then your learning stops. Your learning stops. And believe me, with the tools with which you were successful in the year 2019, the same tools may not be applicable to 2021, especially after Corona, especially after the pandemic situation, right? So the same tools may not be working. So your success mantra must have been outdated, right? So friends, if the answer is yes, I know, then maybe you will not grow. But if the answer is I don't know, then you will begin to search for the another question, should I know this? Then you may feel, yeah, I think I should know about acupressure before being able to judge, before judging that it is right or wrong. So I should be in a position to understand what that is, right? So at that point of time, should I know it? When you ask that question to yourself, that is when you will have an answer of yes or no. If you have the answer of yes, I should know it, then we will go to the next step. Or if the answer is should I know it? No, I don't require that. Then your learning on that particular topic or that particular point stops. So when there is I don't know, the next question comes, should I know it? Do I require it? And if the answer is yes, oh, should I know it? Yes. Then the next question comes, how can I know it? This is when the search or Googling begins, right? This is when the attitude to learn begins, right? When you say I know it, it is your aptitude. However, when you say I don't know it, what helps you in your life is your attitude, that of saying that I don't know. Okay, friends. So how can I know it? After how can I know it, you will always be in an advantage to, learn things, know, and then grow. Friends, can you type into the chat box, if during the pandemic, people, suppose say, for these virtual conferences, virtual meetings, or virtual family get together, if they did not have an idea of Zoom and they said no, 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 Zoom does not work out, if somebody would say, then uh, would it have worked out during the pandemic, 9 months, 10 months for us like this? So please tell me, during the pandemic, did you learn something new or not? Did nature teach you something new or not? Yes. Yes, right. So pandemic has taught us so many things, right? It's all yes. I appreciate each one of you. Right, right. Where Vizag Achiever, Santoshni, then Sirisha, Meena Mani, right? Yeah, it is yes. So that was the first training which I did on a Zoom platform. I did not know what Zoom was, and I did not know how to operate Zoom also. Then the question was, should I know it? Answer was yes. Why? The reason was yes, I should know it because I need to do trainings during pandemic, right? Then how can I know it? My next question. Then the answer came. There is one boy in our hometown from JC Rajmundry by name JC Mangesh. I called Mangesh. I asked him, can you please help me because you are a little techie guy in this Zoom and stuff. Then he said, yes, sir. And he helped me for the first 2 training programs. Then I came to know. So this is how the process flows. So always during you would all, I think, be in your leadership ladder, right? In your leadership ladder, the first question that you should ask before talking in an LGB or your zone governing board is, do I know this? Then you can certainly grow in your life, right? So we move on to the next point. So there is, you can see on the screen, there is a rocket, right? There is a rocket. A rocket, it goes into the sky only because at every point, before every takeoff, that rocket landed on moon, right? Then it came back. Then the same rocket again, do I know? It said, no, I don't know how to go into the sky. It was at that point of time that rocket could again soar high into the sky. Now you must be wondering, what is this rocket, right? A rocket takes off into the sky on which count? On the count of 10 or 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, right? So at 0, the rocket takes off, which means to say that the rocket could soar again into the sky because it said, I don't know anything, I am 0, right? Only, friends, if you at every point of time think, I don't know, then you can start once again, and then you can soar high into the sky. Always remember in your life, do I know this? And always reconnect to the rocket. There is nothing wrong in checking your knowledge once again. Me, I've been in practice as a chartered accountant for about 20 years now. When a client comes to me and asks me a question, I would always tell them, either give them two or three answers. One of the answer is, sir, can I get back to you in the evening? Or another answer is, sir, please give me time, please wait, I'll just check, and I remove the Bear Act or the Income Tax Act or any rules and stuff, and then go through them, and then only advise. Why is it like that? It is like that because I always keep telling myself, Arey yaar, do you know, it is better if I check once, right? So then I am sure that it is a good answer that I am giving. If I'm not checking, there is some probability. If I'm just right away giving the answer, there is all probability that I can give a wrong answer also, right? Because I don't want to give a wrong answer. Do I know it? I don't know. So once check, yeah, now I know. And that is how I go ahead in my profession and practice and most other things, right? So friends, this is one word of advice to you. Do I know it, right? So how many from now on are going to follow this? You can type into the chat box me. Those who type me into the chat box, I now have an assurance that you people will grow in your life. You people will grow, right? Very good. Very good. So those who want to grow in your life, yeah, I appreciate each one of you that you're typing. Yeah, many people, after they become big in their life, by the time they are, yeah, I appreciate you. By the time they are of the age of 50, 55, or 60, they stop to grow. Why do they stop to grow? They stop to grow because they don't learn new things. And they think that their old tools from 20 years ago, 30 years ago would help them in growing. No, they would only help them in sustaining or living their life as it is, but not for growing, my dear friends. So, yeah, good. I appreciate each one of you for having said me, typed me into the chat box, right? Now we go ahead to the next one, right? Can you hold your nose like this without breathing for 30 seconds? Can you turn on your videos, please, so that I can check? Please turn on your videos so that I can check. Yeah. Close your nose on when I say 1, 2, 3, right? Yes, then you can close. Yeah. Please turn on your videos. Good. Madhuri has turned on, then Mauni, Nagmauli. Yeah, Sundari. Yeah, okay. So good. So friends, just now 1, 2, 3. Close your nose for 30 seconds. Don't stop breathing with your mouth. Close your nose for 30 seconds. If I say 30 more seconds, if I say 2 minutes, can you hold? Yeah, now leave it. Now leave. Friends, tell me, what did you do immediately after, uh, you know, you took the fingers away? Immediately, what did you do? You must have taken a deep breath, right? All of you must have taken a deep breath, right? So friends, tell me what happened when you close your nose. Before you closed your nose, was there oxygen in your body? Yes? You can nod your head. Was there oxygen in your body? Yeah, correct. Right? So there was oxygen in your body. Then again, suddenly you breathed out and took another gasp of oxygen. Why did you do that? You already had oxygen in your body, no? Why did you do that? Can you type into the chat box? You already had oxygen in your body. You took a deep breath. You took. Then you close your nose. You have oxygen, no? Why do you have to breathe again? You have to breathe again because, yeah, you were feeling suffocated. You were feeling suffocated. That is because our body or the nature, what does it require? our body or the nature? It requires that we keep on breathing. It requires, our body, it requires fresh oxygen. When, my dear friends, when in 5 seconds, 3 seconds, you're taking oxygen every minute to sustain yourself, imagine how much amount of new oxygen to the brain that you have to take. How much amount of new information do you need to get into your head to live, successfully in your life, right? Friends, every point of time, the more oxygen that you take into your body, instead of saying, I have so much of knowledge, I have so much of oxygen, instead of saying that, you can always put an effort, to gather more information the same way that you breathe every moment. So all those moments that you live to breathe, always remember, my dear friends, that you need to keep on taking fresh oxygen into your head. That oxygen is the fresh knowledge for your sustenance. Some knowledge must have brought you to this level, but the fresh oxygen only will take you to the next level. Always remember, I see on the screen fewer zone officers, fewer LOM officers. You keep on gathering information rather than saying, I know this. Okay. So this was a small exercise, right? Now, adapt to changes. I know when change takes place in the body, that is the fresh oxygen comes into the body, it is relatively easy. You need not resist that change. But when there is a change to your knowledge, when I correct you and I say, or when somebody corrects me and says, no, Rahul, you're wrong, it is very difficult to absorb new information. My friends, this is what we resist. We resist change in our life. And not to resist change in our life, there can be only one person in your life who can help, and that is your own self. Only you can help yourself, my dear friends. And from that, stubbornness of not accepting that you don't know something, which is called rigidity, to cognitive flexibility, I will take you through this journey. Right now, let me tell you what is cognitive flexibility. From rigidity to flexibility, yeah, very easy words. From cognitive rigidity to cognitive flexibility is, cognitive means being conscious of the fact that you have to become flexible in your life, or else you're going to struggle. So from rigidity to cognitive or the conscious flexibility, what is the approach? This approach, I want to give you few tips. Shall I give you few tips? Yes. Yes, you're not typing into chat box. You're not nodding also. All of you have put your audios, videos also off. Right? You're all ready for this journey? Yes. Right. Very good. So this cognitive flexibility, first one, keep changing things around you at home or your office. Right? This is something which will help you a lot. Like for example, the moment you go home, you know that you have to keep the house keys at one place, your shoes, your sandals at one place. Then after that, you have the habit of going directly to one place, putting your luggage there, right? Break that regularity. Break the way you are used to doing it. If you can break the way. For example, if you have the habit of putting the wallet first and then the handkerchief into your pocket, turn it around and then put the handkerchief first into your pocket and then the wallet next into your pocket, right? If you have the habit of, picking up all things and then putting the bindi or the bottu or vibhudi and then going out of your house, then you do the reverse thing. You first put the vibhudi, come, then wear your shoes and go. What is wrong in that? You would only say, that's my habit, sir. You first have to learn to break that habit. It's not about, the way you're doing it is wrong. No, it is only you're acclimatizing yourself or adapting yourself to a new process. When your mindset begins to work like this, then the flexibility automatically comes into your way of living life, right? So keep changing the things around you at your home, at your office. If you want to sit in your sofa at one place only, then change that. Usually people want to sit onto the left side so that they can lean onto the left side so that they can use the right hand for the mobile. You now go sit on the right side on the sofa so that you can get used to not using the mobile from the right side of the sofa. It is only that you are adapting yourself, consciously adapting yourself to the flexibility around you. Then this will help you. This is one small tip, right? From now on, a few things in your life, can you change, can you change things around? If you're leaving your footwear on the left side, leaving them on the right side of the house, something like that, few things can you change? The way the position you sit, the position you sleep in your house, right? And where you have your pen stand, where you have your watch, where you have your necklace, where you have your clothes. All my clothes here, then my undergarments are here. No, just change here, there. Not while wearing, of course, only in your rack, in your shelf, in your cupboard. Okay. So bring about that little change. Do things in a different way. This is something important, right? Doing things in a different way, approaching things in a different way. Like, for example, mm, you while having lunch, what do you usually do? You usually have, yeah, while having lunch, you usually have, one type of food first and then the other type of food first, right? So just change the way you eat food also. If you're eating food every day sitting at the dining table, then it's always good to sit on the floor and eat. So today, I think today's dinner, you can sit on the floor and eat, right? If you are sitting on the floor every day, then for a change, you just sit at the table and then eat. How many of you can really think that you can sit on the floor today and eat food for once? And then just check how to move towards cognitive flexibility. How many of you? Yeah, me. Just type me. That is enough for me. Just type me. I do. Yeah, me. Yeah, good. So this is just acclimatizing yourself, to the new way of living life, to the new way, right? So good. I appreciate you all. So another tip that I another tip that I can give you people is, think of an alternate way of doing the daily things. Like, for example, if you're walking to your office, then take your bike and go. Or if you're going to office by bike, if it is close by, then walk to your office and go, right? So think of an alternate way of doing. If you have the habit of, calling people and then putting the phone here until they answer, then what you can do is you can put the mobile on the table, just dial, put on the loudspeaker, and then just sit until they answer. Then you can pick up the mobile. Or else, if it's not a really private call, then you can leave it on the loudspeaker only and then talk to people. So this is an alternate way of doing, right? In fact, this helps your health also, that this radiation, it can become less because the mobile is not close to your ears, right? Or for today, for talking over the mobile, can you use your headphones or can you use your Bluetooth for today? Can you plan to do that, right? Friends, you can plan to change the way you do the daily things, daily stuff, right? So these are only, few inputs which I'm giving to you people, so that you break the OCD. It is obsessive compulsive disorder. Few of us have it. Few of us have it in this quantity. Few of us have it in this quantity. That obsession. For example, if we have the obsession of getting appreciation from others, for few days, don't look at WhatsApp chat. Don't look at WhatsApp chat. If you have that obsession, if somebody is clapping for me or not for anything good that I have done, stop looking at it and just scroll by. That's all. Do not force yourself not to pay attention to those appreciations, because those appreciations have become obsessive, so much obsessive for you, that you can't adapt to living life without being appreciated by someone, right? So, or if you do not have the habit of appreciating somebody else, then for today, you call all those people, all the JC members who have done good work today, call all of them and just appreciate them. Okay, you can call them and appreciate them, right? Now, can we, out of this little suggestion, can we now type into the chat box an answer to my question today? Whomever you notice as having done some good amount of work or any work and they reported in the WhatsApp group, can you, LOM officers, zone officers, or leaders, can you call them only for today and appreciate each one of them and say, boss, you did a fantastic work, instead of just putting these claps in the WhatsApp, right? Can you do that? Yeah, sure, sir. From one, sure, Swati, sure, Manasa, Murtiraju, right? Sirisha Bhima, already done, right? Fantastic, fantastic. If you have already done that, then choose another way. If you have already done that, Santoshini, I think it's Vizag Achievers. So Santoshini, if you have done that, then you do one thing. You sit at your laptop and draft an email, take their mail address and draft a wonderful letter of appreciation to them, right? And if you have done that also, then do one thing. On your letterhead, you prepare one letterhead, right? And you write with your own handwriting on the letterhead a letter of appreciation and then send it to that person. Mail it across. You can mail it, or you can send it over WhatsApp, or you can post it also. It's not cost much, 5 rupees, 10 rupees, post or courier, right? So this different approach will help us acclimatize to the change in our life, right? So let us follow some other way, right? Next one, front loading. You know what front loading is? Front loading is a very important concept. It is a huge theory. I will simplify it for you. I put this purposefully just to introduce you to what front loading is. Front loading, you planned something like, for example, from Rajahmundry, I plan to go to Hyderabad, okay, by train, and I have a ticket, confirmed ticket in my hand. So what if front loading means it starts with what if? What if the train does not come? What if I miss the train? What if the train does not reach Hyderabad on time? I need a flight to catch there. What if these happens? What if those happen? Right? So this what if will avoid the element of surprise in your life. Or sometimes you can be even shocked in your life. Hooray, I expected him to come. He said he would definitely come. So this front loading question is, what if he does not come? He promised he'll come, but still, what if he does not come? So that what if will take you to a plan B, right? And that plan B will make you successful in your life, right? That will help you adapt to the sudden change. Okay, right? So I think this front loading what if will be helpful to you, right? So you can also keep your what if statements ready. What if I don't follow today? What if you don't follow? You will not change. You will not get acclimatized to adapting to the new changes. Okay. And another very important thing is, for adapting to changes, it's okay. Something does not happen. You expected somebody to do something and it did not happen. You should be in a position to tell yourself, it's okay, boss. You expect your son or your daughter to call you. They don't call you. It's okay. You expect your long president to do something and he does not do it. It's okay. You expect your past president to do something, they don't do it. It's okay. So that it's okay will help you adapt to that change rather than you fighting in that change. All right. So keep that little phrase of it's okay also always ready with you, people. This it's okay will help you in your life. I've been using it a lot in my life. Arey chalo yaar, jane do na. He should have done that, no? Yeah, he should have done that. Jane do, it's okay. Is this it's okay will reduce the expectation, will increase the level of acceptance in your life, and then you can be happy in your life, right? So this is the way to adapt to the sudden change. One small suggestion which I was giving. And stop blaming, my friends, which is very common in our life, that we blame others. Isne wo nahi kiya, he should have done that, he should have done that, he should not have cheated me. Are wo cheat karenge na, because there was no front loading. That is why you are blaming others. What if he cheats me? That was never a question in your life, right? So stop blaming others. It is only start blaming yourself. I should have done like this, boss. It's okay, chalo karke. Then you will stop blaming. Then you will stop fighting. Then you will stop arguments. Then you will stop crying also, right? So you stop blaming others. That is very always helpful to you people, right? And red flag. Always red flag means no. Red flag means strict no. Strict no, no, no to I can't do this. I never did this. Okay. You know, recently what happened was over a dinner meeting, we were just discussing and I was appreciating them. One LOM members, JCRT Rajahmundry Rockstars, I was just appreciating them over a dinner table and telling them, boss, you did fantastic in the year 2020. Forget about awards and rewards. You did a fantastic job. You also extended a new chapter by name JCRT Rajahmundry Champions. Fantastic. Then they said, what, sir? It is like this, it is like that. They had some grievances on few things. Then I told them, what grievances? You just say it is okay. Now you give another chapter. They said, what another chapter, sir? Suddenly we can't give. At the dinner table, we found a new chapter, right? And that new chapter, JC Rajmundry Titans, will always be remembered as a chapter that came into existence at the dinner table, because the point was, I can't do this, I never did this, was not there. When somebody says no, it cannot happen, then that is a red flag to me. Red flag is, you just stop, boss. You just stop. You just stop. I'll tell you how we should do this. Okay. So all these will help you adapt to the changes, my dear friends. Okay. So yeah, yes, sir. Nagmal is also typing. He was also a part of that dinner table, right? So I can't do this. I never did this. When you never did this, friends, please tell me, when you never did this in your life, are you eligible to say that I can't do this? No, you should leave the option open to I can do this, I can't do this, that option. And then you exercise the choice of which to go with, right? You can never say that, I never did this, so I can't do this. No, right? For that matter, nobody got married earlier. Everybody gets married only once, right? So they cannot say, I never got married earlier, so I don't want to get married now. They can't say, right? So right, with this little things, we move on in our life to understand how you should be able to go with the flow, right? You should be able to go with the flow in your life. So what is going with the flow? All these I am telling you to become successful. All these are little things for you to become successful in the way you handle your own life. Okay. So just go with the flow. This flow, it's an acronym, FLOW. Focus on the positives. Something bad really happens to you. Ask yourself a question. What is still okay now? अरे इतना घटिया जो हुआ है, एक क्वेश्चन पूछ लीजिए आप आपसे, फिर भी इसमें अच्छी अच्छी बात क्या है, कौन सी अच्छी बात रह गई है, and go with that positive thing. Okay. So most times we get stuck when you expect something and that does not work out for you. So this question you should ask, what is still okay for me? अरे ऐसा तो कम से कम ऐसा हुआ है ना, तो चलो, let us begin from here. So this can help you a lot. Okay. And the second one is even FL, live and be conscious. So इसमें ऐसा होता है कि ना, what is still workable for me in something bad that has happened, इसमें से चलो ठीक है, इसमें से कौन सा मुझे काम आ सकता है, what is still workable, and that little lead and that little thread you can hold on, and वहां से फिर से चढ़ जाओ ऊपर, right? So this thing you can always do. Okay. The third one is O. O is open your plan B. As I was telling in the previous slide, plan B तो चाहिए ही, वो front loading से ही आएगा. Front loading क्या है? What if that does not happen? If you don't have a plan B, then you're stuck there. If I miss the train and I don't have a plan B, अरे gosh यार, I should have gone to NetCon. NetCon में मेरा training है, NetCon मेरा finance committee meeting है, फिर I miss the train करके, I'll be very confused, puzzled, perplexed and whatnot. I'll be very dejected also. However, a front loading जब हो रहा है, then I would have already checked for the flight. अरे चलो ये ट्रेन मिस कर गया, अगला ट्रेन आएगा ना, टीटी को बोलता हूँ और उसमें चढ़ जाता हूँ, or I'll buy a flight ticket and then go. So this plan B will always help you in your life. Okay. And the third point is welcome communication change. This most people don't do. You spoke something to somebody, like you told somebody, Mr. X, go bring this water bottle. Like for example, I'll take somebody on the screen. Madhuri is there on the screen. Madhuri, go bring the water bottle. She did not bring the water bottle. You tell her 10 times, Madhuri, please bring the water bottle, please bring the water bottle. 10 times the same statement. Is that effective communication? You'll be learning in the next session from Yogesh Chandakji on effective communication. That is not communication, my friends. First time you told Madhuri, Madhuri, please bring me the water bottle. She did not bring. Then you have to change the way in which you begin the conversation. For example, Madhuri, I'm really, I've got hiccups. Can you please bring it fast? You make some other statement. The same statement, if you're making 10 times and expect that person to, work, it's not going to happen. So what you have to do is you have to change the way in which you approach others, because your approach did not yield results. Your approach through words did not yield results. Now you change the way in which you communicate. Like for example, at home, uh, we are sometimes, really disturbed by, I'm so sorry. So at home, at home we are sometimes disturbed by what happens at home, and we tell our husband or we tell our wife also, like as a corona, and suppose say for example they're not doing it, okay, then your approach can always help you. Like for example, you can go to them and tell, boss, see, this is what I am suffering from, I am looking for a person to help me, can you please help me? Instead of passing that dictum or the order and saying, "Arey yaar, you should have done this," and blaming, you can communicate in a different way. And for communication, I'll tell you three things. You should be able to emotionally touch them, right? Or you should be able to inspire them, or you should be able to move them. Touch, move, or inspire. Any of these three, when they happen, then your communication will yield results. Okay. If something is not happening even after your communication, it means that you are unable to touch them or inspire them or move them, right? Any of these you should be able to do. Okay. So go with the flow. The flow is you focus on the positives, then live and be conscious. अरे यार, अरे ऐसा हो गया करके टेंशन मत लीजिए. What is still workable करके plan कीजिए. Then plan for the execute the plan B and welcome the communication change. Okay. So I'll give you example for FLOW. I have examples only for plan B. I'll give you an example. Okay. Shall I give you the example? If you all type yes, I'll go ahead so that I understand you are all conscious in my session. Can you turn on the videos because there are very few people? For those people possible, can you please turn on the videos? You're good. Thank you. Thank you. So I have a small uh, exercise for plan B. What is plan A? Plan A was you thought of something, right? That was plan A. And you had some idea of how to execute that plan A. How do I want to do that plan A, right? How do I want to do plan A? You had some idea, right? The third one for plan B should be, how can I still achieve my goal if plan A does not work? So this is a simple exercise for plan B. Most people, they get tensed and their mind goes blank when plan A does not work, right? For plan A, for me at NatCon here, I forgot to bring my tripod stand for this webinar. So that was my plan A, tripod stand. Plan B was what I did. I'll show it to you here only. Okay. This cup, I cut this cup so that I could place my mobile into this like this. Okay. This cup I cut. Then this was a little shaky. That was my plan B. Then plan C was I called from the national headquarters. I called Pawan and Pawan gave me one stand from which on which I have put my mobile now. Okay. So that was plan B, plan C, plan D. So this is a simple exercise for plan A. Array, I called him, Ray, I told him to do, he's still not doing. That is plan A, no? Now execute your plan B, no? How will I be able to achieve my goal even after plan A does not work? That is what you should be able to ask yourself, right? I am sure each one of the participant is connecting to your life wherein at some point of time you must not have achieved few things, right? Yeah, you all agree? I'm able to see you on the screen. You all agree? You can nod your head. Some point of time your plan A did not work and you didn't have a plan B. That is why you're struggling. Do you agree with me? Yes. Yeah. So this is a simple exercise for having plan B. Okay, like that you can like that you can go with the flow, rest of the things. Okay. Now I have a task on hand, right? The task on hand is, can you promise me that you will not use the following words ever again in any language in your life? Can you promise me? If you type onto the chat box, I promise, then I'll go ahead. Please type onto the chat box, I promise. Please type onto the chat box, I promise. Right? Yeah, only only four people. Rest of the people, you promise. Muttira, you promise. Sundari ji. Yeah, this is going to help you people from Ilkal Silk City Zone 24. Ravi Kumar from JCRT Mudigere. Aarti Baheti, I think Jayesh Baheti. Nagpur Metro, Mahesh Deshpande ji, Krishna Bhaskar, Manasa, all these people. I promise. Only few people are typing. I promise. Anand ji, yeah, I appreciate you for that. Because if rest of the people type, then I'll be able to go ahead. Yeah, Ranjit Shah, yeah, right, very good. I appreciate you. I promise, right? This is a very simple thing. I'm only going to give you 3 words. Okay. First of all, I appreciate you people for promising me, right? From Gupta ji, from Kol also, right? So there are 3 words in your life. The first word they're all very dangerous words. These dangerous words, always remember when you face a roadblock or you think something will happen that does not happen. That is because of these 3 words only. I'm telling you. These 3 words. One word is try, try. Forget using the word try from now onwards, right? The second word is but. This is a nonsense word. I'm sorry to use this word. This is a nonsense word because but is a very, very smart way of communication, over smart way. Like you have a conversation with somebody and they give you some advice, right? हाँ वो तो ठीक है रे, लेकिन ना, लेकिन is but. क्या लेकिन? अगर ठीक है तो मान लो ना, तो मान लो और फॉलो करो. क्यों बट इस्तेमाल करके यू वांट टू शो यू आर राइट रे, करेक्ट रे, जो तुम बोल रहे हो वो ठीक है, बट करके कुछ 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 बोल के फिर फाइनली आई वांट लाइक दिस ओनली. इट विल नॉट हैपन. So remove the word but from your life, my dear friends. But is a very dangerous word. Always remember, buts are for ashtrays. The cigarette, no? Buts are only for ashtrays, right? Or buts, our buts are for chairs. They're not to be used at all, right? That is a very bad English word to be used, right? So, नया लॉम लेके आ सकते हो रंजीत शाह जी? हाँ सर, मैं कोशिश करूंगा. ट्राई. नो, इट विल नॉट हेल्प. ट्राई करते रहोगे. सर आप जो बोल रहे हैं वो ठीक है, लेकिन ना, but it will not. I know that will not, the rest of the sentence I know that you are only saying sir वो possible है लेकिन अभी नहीं कर सकते. तो मैं किसके बारे में पूछ रहा हूँ? रंजीत जी समझ में आ रहा है? I just took your example because you are my close friend, right? So friends, this is what will happen when you use the word but. It is an over smart way of communication and conversation. The third one is at least. At least is a disaster in our life, my friends. When you target for 90 marks out of 100, अरे कम से कम 60 मार्क तो भी मिल गए, कम से कम. You want to live at least in your life, or you want to live at best in your life? I'm sure you want to live at best, right? So target था आप लोगों का, हम सब लोगों का target था कि 25 तारीख तक कुछ करें. अरे एटलीस्ट 30th तक हुआ है ना, एटलीस्ट 30th तक हुआ है. What at least was? You are only giving an excuse for your non-performance, right? You're only giving an excuse for your non-performance. Remember, so stop using the word at least. At least will never help you. We want you to be at best in your life. So always remember, you have to use the word at best, not at least. Okay. So now, having spoken about success, this is the first part of the session. Having spoken about success, now I take you to the word entrepreneur. Okay. Who an entrepreneur is? So सक्सेसफुल एंटरप्रेन्योर, उनके पास क्या क्या टूल्स रहेंगे, क्या क्या चीज रहेंगे उनके पास, व्हाट विल बी द थिंग्स दैट ही हैज. दीज आर द लिस्ट ऑफ थिंग्स. व्हाट बॉस, दिस एवरीबॉडी नोस. Everybody knows. However, people only don't know how to implement these things. What is seen on the screen, vision रहना चाहिए, उसको stick होना है. Whatever goals he fixes, no, he has to stick to those roles. उसको passion रहना है. Passion का एक वीडियो देखते हैं. Uncertainty, वो tolerant रहना है. उसके पास patience रहना है. उसके पास self confidence. अरे चीज कैसा रहना है? How to bring them into our life? These are all good words which can be used only and only to tell somebody. किसी को अगर ये भगवत गीता का ये उपदेश देना है ना, तो these words are helpful. But most people, however, most people fail to tell or share how to execute these. These are good ideas. However, how to implement these good ideas is what is going to be the second part of this session, right? So we all know all these are the traits. ये पूरे traits नहीं चाहिए. वो तो जीत गया, he has become successful in his life, and all these things will be with him. So looking at them, एबिलिटी टू प्लान मुझ में रहना चाहिए, ठीक है, रहना चाहिए। वो एबिलिटी टू प्लान कैसे सीखोगे? नाउ these are all what things that are there on the screen. Now I'm going to tell you how part of, you know, how part of this. Okay, so what does one deal with? What is this question? What does one deal with in the life? In business, people deal with money. Yes, people deal with money. Then what else people deal with? What are they? Can you type into the chat box? People deal with materials, right? People also deal with machines, right? Or mobile is also a machine. People also deal with men, right? Or people, right? People also deal with market. These are the various aspects. These are the various aspects of, you know, the entrepreneurship. People deal with money, people deal with materials, people deal with machines, people deal with men, people deal with market, right? So these are the various M's of what people deal with. Okay, so point by point we get to understand how to deal with them. Okay, I will be sharing how to deal with them out of my experience, out of my life's experience. Okay, you're all ready? Hello, you're all ready? You can type into the chat box if you're ready. Let me just check on the screen. Friends, once again, I request you people to please, you know, if possible, turn on your videos, because there are very few people. If it's possible, please turn on your videos so that I get to see you, right? And I did not wait for you people to type into the chat box. You can just show like this and I can go ahead. All right. Thank you. So these are the 5 M's that are required in a business, that exist in a business. Now, how to deal with each one of them, that is what I'll be sharing with you now. Okay. I'll start with the last one, which is a market. You can see that there is a market, right? In a market, what happens? What happens in a market? In a market, what happens is the buying and selling, right? This is what, थोड़े लोग अपने चीज बेचते हैं, थोड़े लोग खरीदते हैं. Exchange, right? Or buying and selling, right? How many of you, if you are in trade about goods, if you are in profession about your service, how many of you want to sell your product or service? How many of you want to sell your product or service? Type it in the chat box. How many of you want to sell your product or service? Right? Okay, good. Me. Good. Make it fast. Right, very good. So, all of you want to sell your product. I have another question. Or do you want people to buy your product or service? Do you want to sell your product or do you want people to buy your product? Which one do you want to happen? There is a difference. I'll tell you the difference also. अरे यार कौन मेरा बॉटल खरीदेगा, कौन मेरा बॉटल खरीदेगा, ये सेलिंग है. आपके पास बॉटल है, ये बाइंग है, राइट? Do you want people to sell or do you want yourself to sell or do you want people to come and buy your products? Right? Are you able to understand the difference? So they to buy, right? When see this selling is like एक वाटर बॉटल है, प्लीज खरीद लीजिए, खरीद लीजिए, खरीद लीजिए, एडवर्टाइजमेंट डालते हैं, मस्त वाटर बॉटल फॉर यू, द टाइटल इज फॉर यू वाटर बॉटल, फॉर यू वाटर बॉटल आते रहता है, वो एडवर्टाइजमेंट है. हम चिल्लाते चीखते रहते हैं किसी ना किसी माध्यम से. ओके, एंड इट कैन बी थ्रू टेलीविजन, इट कैन बी थ्रू पैम्पलेट्स, इट कैन बी थ्रू न्यूज़पेपर, इट कैन बी टेलिंग फ्रेंड्स, राइट? और डू यू वांट पीपल टू बाय, अरे ये वाटर बॉटल फॉर यू वाला वाटर बॉटल कहाँ मिलेगा, ढूंढ ढूंढ के लेके आके खरीदते हैं, राइट? So this is one important perspective of your ability to market, right? From now on, shift your thought process from being able to sell to making people able to buy the product, right? There are different ways of selling the product. There are different ways of selling. The 4 ways of selling the product are marketing, advertising, through networking, word of mouth, and through branding. Okay, So marketing, in the first 3 points, marketing, advertisement, public relation, in all these three, you know what happens is people come, you have to sell the product. In marketing, you have to appoint executives, send them to places, right? Or put over WhatsApp, put over the social media, and आओ खरीदो बोलना होगा. Whereas in the last point, that is branding, that is when people come in search of you and say, अरे यार मुझे राहुल सर चाहिए, अरे यार मुझे माधुरी चाहिए, अरे यार मुझे मीना मणिदीप की जैसा हैंडल करती है ना ऐसा चाहिए. This is what people will begin to. और रंजीत सर जो है ना, मुझे उनसे जाके मिलना है, he is a very good leader. ऐसा सोचने लगते हैं. So you have to shift your thought process from selling to making people buy, which means that you have to shift your thought process from marketing and selling to branding. Okay. So now how branding is done. So we will go through quickly through few things, few items which I've put on the screen for us all to understand without the name also how you are able to identify. So quickly type into the chat box. What did you see? What did you see? Quickly type into the chat box. Fast, fast. Apple, right? What is apple? Apple is a fruit. Oh, Apple logo, right? What is it now? Now, what did you see on the chat box? Now, what did you see on the screen? Type into the chat box. This one. What is it? What is this one? Audi, right? AUDI, Audi, right? It is Audi. What is this? Whose name do you recollect? Whose name do you recollect immediately? Right, very good. Mahesh Deshpandeji, very good. Dhoni, Dhoni, Dhoni. Oh, so many Dhoni names. Sachin, Dhoni, Sachin, Dhoni. So he has become a brand of cricket, right? So what is this? What did you see on the screen? This one. This one. Nike, right? Nike. Who told you it is Nike? Who told you it is Nike? Is it written somewhere? No. You still know. That fellow made that impression in your head with a tick mark, right? What is this? What did you see on the screen? This one. What is that? What is Maggie? Noodles, right? Noodles. He didn't write anywhere, it is noodles. Prime Minister. Whose name can you recollect immediately? Prime Minister. Whose name? NM, Narendra Modi, Modi ji, right? He has become a brand for being a Prime Minister, right? What is Xerox? Seen on the screen, what is Xerox? अरे इसको Xerox करके आओ ना करके बोलते हैं. Xerox is the name of a company. It is a photocopying company, right? वो photocopying करके उसका नाम ही हमने भूल गया है. उसका नाम ही हम भूल गए हैं कि वो photocopying है. और हम क्या बोलते हैं उसको? हम बोलते हैं Xerox करके आओ, right? So photocopier, actual word is forgotten. That brand, the name of that company replaced that word in English, right? Complete man कौन है? हाँ, डालडा also, रंजीत शाह, correct. Complete man कौन है? Raymond's, correct. So Raymond's, right? Mint with a hole. Mint with a hole कौन सा होता है? नीतू अग्रवाल, correct. Polo, right? Mint with a hole, he has made that impression. अगर हमें mint खरीदना है तो one with a hole only we have to buy. Did you ever go to any shop and ask for any peppermint? Did you say Polo? We are using Polo only directly. We are not asking for mint. Such is the impact. M. What does M stand for? M stands for McDonald's, right? McDonald's, correct. So he has made such an impression that M देखते ही McDonald याद आ जाता है. ठीक है? Parker. What is Parker? Parker is suit, coat, laptop. What is Parker? Parker is pen, right? So he has made a brand. So all these combined, why I've shown you a few people on the screen is all of them are become a brands by themselves. Narendra Modi is a brand, Xerox is a brand, Audi is a brand. All these are brands. So when it is branding, people come to us for buying things, right? So let us grow from the level of, marketing and advertising to the level of branding things, right? If somebody has to do training, then first name that you recollect, he's a brand by himself. I recollect the name of Ratnam sir. I recollect the name of Ratnam sir. Immediately training Ratnam sir, right? Because he personifies training. He's a brand of training. Like that, you know, we should be able to bring our product or service to that level. How does it happen? Now, shall I tell you the secret of how does it happen? How does it happen? Shall I tell you? Right, get ready. It is not just a logo or a tagline, my dear friends. It is a product and service plus, it's not just service, it's not just product. It is a product and service. Like for you, I have this example. I have this water bottle here in my hotel room. It is for you. Okay. It is product or service. It's a water plus an emotion. It says for you. It is for you. So when I look at this, अरे ये मेरे लिए है क्या? So emotion है. Like for example, 2 मिनट में हो जाएगा. मम्मी बहुत भूखा हूँ. 2 मिनट में हो जाएगा. So 2 minute वाला emotion for noodles, right? Mother, son, noodles 2 minute में. Actually, you cannot make noodles in 2 minutes. और 2 minute में पूरा होगा नहीं. If you put one, that packet of noodles, it will take at least 5 or 8 minutes. उसको ठीक से पकने के लिए, right? 2 minutes also, it may not be that really good, right? So water, थोड़ा water तो गर्म करना है, फिर उसके बाद डालना है, तो 5-10 मिनट तो लगेंगे ही. लेकिन उसने एक impression डाल दिया हमारे दिमाग में. That is the emotion that is using, right? And for a car also, if it is Audi, then when the baby is asleep in the car and that Audi is going, Audi or some Mercedes, I think that is going, and there are speed breakers. Over the speed breaker also, the suspension is so efficient that it absorbs the jolt or the jerk, and the baby is still asleep. Then वो emotion लेके आया उसमें. फिर BSNL वाला में emotion कैसे लेके आया? वो from what she is listening over in her ears from the BSNL connectivity, it is going through so many, into the baby, and the baby is also listening to the conversation. वो emotion लेके आया, right? So emotion always adds so much of value. It is not just the water. Water तो कहीं भी दिखेगा, लेकिन इसमें emotion रहना चाहिए. So then only it will become a brand. Plus trust. वो खरीदेंगे, it will last long. Yeah, I know Nike shoes, it will last long. I know जल्दी भूख मिट जाएगा नूडल्स खरीदने से. I know Xerox वाला कंपनी खरीदेंगे तो बहुत सारे फोटोकॉपीज विदाउट मच रिपेयर वो आएंगे. वो वाला ट्रस्ट भी चाहिए उसके साथ, right? And relationship also is important. Relationship with them is also very important, right? So इसमें trust ऐसा होता है कि ना, if we call so and so person for training, then the training is going to be good, which means that every time you have to perform, or else your service is gone, right? So product or service with an emotion ki sir would give us such tasks that will change our life is an emotion. वो उनके ऊपर मुझे भरोसा है, और I have the trust on sir is the trust, and I know him for long and he will never let me go is the relationship, right? All these put together gives lot of value. That value is the brand, right? That value, it is not 10 rupees ka water bottle. No, that is only the cost. Cost is different from value. In a desert, its value you cannot, its cost may be only 10 rupees, but still in a desert when there are no shops and when you're really thirsty, you're ready to give even 1,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees also. That is its value, right? So you have to think of the brand. So friends, in the 5 M's, 1 M is marketing. You don't think of advertising. You don't think of marketing, door-to-door marketing. You have to think of how you can grow as a brand. You can grow as a brand when you have an emotion, there is trust, there is consistency in performance. It is not just a logo or a tagline, right? So can you, with these factors, can you type into the chat box, what can be the tagline from now onwards for you as a person? For you as a person. What can you think of a tagline and type into the chat box? Incorporating all these things. For example, I will type into the chat box, okay? I just typed into the chat box. Okay. To everyone. Right. So I typed into the chat box, any time for you. अरे यार 24/7 I am available. रात को भी फोन करो, मैं हूं तुम्हारे लिए. Always at your service. Very good. Ranjit, a man to be trusted. अरे भरोसा कर सकते हैं. Very good, boss. Be better. Okay. Be better. You are telling somebody. When be better याद आएगा मीना. When be better comes to your mind, Meena should come to their mind. Right. So describe yourself from now on. Which tagline you want to use for describing yourself? Always for you. Yeah. जो मैंने दिया है. Yeah. Correct. Connecting to connect. थोड़ा complicated है. You can simplify that, Sirisha. Still, I appreciate you. Right. Others also. Others also. The more you participate, the more you will be able to, brand yourself later. Anybody else? Or should I go ahead? Want 2 more answers quickly, fast, to describe yourself. Make you feel at home. Make you feel at home. Nagpur Metro, Mahesh ji. Right, boss. So I will come to your house. Always on time. Fantastic. Anand. Always on time. So ये punctual है. Helping hand, Mitu Agarwal. Very good. Be a reason to smile. दूसरों के जीवन में ना हंसी ले आएगी ये. मैं हूं ना. Very good, Nagamoli. मैं हूं ना. I am there for you. Fantastic, Nagamoli. Right. So right, boss. Fantastic. So plan to describe. You just described yourself. Now from now onwards, plan to describe your product, service, your product or service also. Right. So for me in my office, the line I have is now I am now my service I am describing like this. So I just typed into the chat box. This is how I described my service at office. Anytime, boss, sir, can you do this for me? Anytime. And I'm going to do that every time. It's not just this time, right? इस साल ये जिंदगी के लिए भरोसा दे रहा हूं. चलो जाओ. तो उनके मन में ये छापेगा कि ना, after going back, they'll think, they'll tell others also, you go to Rahul sir, you know what? You want Rahul sir service? He'll be available anytime. I know. This is what, yeah, always for you, right? That's also very good. So build on your product or service like this. Okay. So all these, they bring about a personality, and this is the personality that you have just been describing in the chat box, right? And anytime, every time when I say that, when I use that as a tagline, my personality is described as commitment, right? My personality is described as commitment. So people should feel that emotion of commitment with your tagline, right? And always that उससे ये भी पता चलता है कि मैं relationship को value देता हूँ, right? And this is the value that I have in the market. Okay. ठीक है. Now from market we move on to men, handling people, handling men. Of all men, machine, money, everything can be handled. The toughest one is men, because people handling, people management is the toughest job, because they are always unpredictable. People are always unpredictable. So that is the toughest job for us, right? So I'll tell you how to handle men, or how to handle not just men, it is people. For 5 M's, I just put it as men. It's actually labor or staff members or colleagues or people at office or your workplace. Okay. So men, should I go ahead and say, can you nod your head? Should I go ahead? Yeah, very good. So how to handle men? In this, before that, I have a few points to ask, right? There are audience in a stadium and there are players. Players, what do they talk? वो वहाँ जो क्रिकेट खेल रहे हैं, आपस में बात करते हैं कि ना, बॉलिंग टीम वाले क्या बात करते हैं, अरे इसको कैसे यार आउट करना है. बैटिंग टीम वाले क्या बात करते हैं, अरे यार कैसा छक्का मारना है, कैसा रन्स निकालना है. ठीक है. इज अ फास्ट बॉलर, इज स्पिनिंग, द पिच इज टर्निंग, or it is a very bouncy pitch, all short pitch deliveries they're putting. How should we do the batting? And they also talk, right? And the players of both the teams, they talk, and the audience also sitting in the gallery, they also talk. अरे यार Dhoni should have not, done like this. Or Rishabh Pant, he should not have swung the bat like that. Right? He unnecessarily caught out. Players जो बात करते हैं, players की बातों से ना ये the course of the match, the result of the match, would it be decided? Players की बातों से? Yes, yes. Because when they talk, they plan for how they have to do. लेकिन गैलरी में बैठे रहते हैं ऑडियंस, वो भी बात करते रहते हैं गैलरी में, ठीक है? They also talk. This fellow should have done batting like this. This fellow should not have bowled a slower ball. He should not have bowled a full pitch delivery. He should have bowled a, he should not have attempted for a Yorker. ऐसे बोलते रहते हैं. ये ऑडियंस की बातों से, एक बात तो मुझे बोलिए, ऑडियंस की बातों से the result of the match, will it be decided? Will it be decided? Right? ऑडियंस की बातों से जब मैच का रिजल्ट डिसाइड होने वाला नहीं है, तो ऑडियंस की बात हमारे लिए क्या बात है? It is a waste talk, right? It is a waste conversation. Even if you hear, you should not pay attention, right? Friends, understand in your life, there would be so many people around you talking about you also, right? Understand in your life, if they are the players of your life, if they are the players of your life and they are in the playing 11, then pay attention to them or else you can get out. Similarly, if they are not players, if they are just audience and commenting you, then don't care a damn for them. Do not pay attention to their words at all. वो उनका काम क्या है? खेलना नहीं आता है उनको, वो बस गैलरी में बैठ के अरे ऐसा खेलना चाहिए बोलते रहते हैं बस. Don't pay attention to them. Friends, in your life, pay attention to the playing 11, for which the question is, अरे is he in my playing 11? Is he or she in my playing 11? If they are in your playing 11, then pay attention to them or else just ignore. ऐसा निकाल के बगल में रख दो, बस काम खत्म. Don't pay attention to them, right? So this is something which is a must in every entity, okay? Which is a must in every entity. You on this aspect, you all agree with me? On this, what I showed to you, you all agree with me? You must have faced troubles from people around you talking about you, right? How many faced that trouble? How many were disturbed? You can type into the chat box, please. In the meanwhile, let me have a little water. Yeah, correct. So did you pay attention to those audience? That is why you suffered, no? That is why you suffered, right? You paid attention to the people who are not in your playing 11. If you are paying attention to people who are not in the playing 11, you are bound to suffer, right? So in your life, to handle people in your life, in your business, this is more specifically about your business. These are the things which I'm implementing at my office, college, every place where I'm implementing. Make a promise for lifetime. जैसा कि ना हमारे ऑफिस में कोई ज्वाइन करने आता है ना, सर आई वांट अ जॉब इन योर ऑफिस, मैं उनको पूछता हूँ, मैं उनको नहीं पूछता हूँ कि तुम्हें क्या काम आता है, ये भी नहीं पूछता हूँ ये तनख्वाह कितना चाहिए, सैलरी कितना चाहिए. आई डोंट आस्क दैट आल्सो. मैं बस उनको पूछता हूँ, एक्सपीरियंस आल्सो आई डोंट आस्क. The only question that I ask them is, there is only one condition for me. You take any amount of salary, you take anything that you want, even if you don't know any work, that is my responsibility. I want only one thing. That thing is, will you retire with me? This is the only question that I ask. If they are ready to spend their life with me in my business, then I am ready to sacrifice myself for them. अगर वो बोलेंगे नहीं सर ये बस 6 महीने करके अच्छा सा जॉब ढूंढ लेंगे, अरे यार तुम कहीं चले जाओ. No, I am not going to entertain you, right? That is because if I am an option, you are not my choice. अगर 10 लोग हैं तुम्हारे लिए ऑप्शन, अगर मैं नहीं दूंगा तुम्हें जॉब तो दूसरा कोई देगा तो उसके पास चले जाओ. If I am an option to you in your life, then you are not a choice to me in my life, right? So the point is, make a promise for lifetime और बोल दो मैं तुम्हारी जिंदगी भर में तुम्हारा ख्याल रखूंगा बॉस. Only one condition, retire with me boss. बस. This is something very powerful. Emotionally, it can connect you to them. They can connect you to you. Both of you can get connected to each other, and this is how you can be successful in handling people in your business place. ये डर तो हर लोगों को रहता है कि अरे यार ये 2 महीने 3 महीने के बाद चला जाएगा, आज मैंने उसके ऊपर चिल्लाया, कल सुबह आएगा कि नहीं, टुडे आई शाउटेड एट हिम, टुमारो मॉर्निंग ही मे नॉट टर्न अप एट ऑफिस. दिस इज द टेंशन दैट एवरीबॉडी हैज, राइट. मुझे तो टेंशन नहीं है मेरे ऑफिस में कि कोई काम छोड़ देगा क्या करके, बिकॉज वी हैव मेड अ प्रॉमिस फॉर लाइफ टाइम टू ईच अदर. मैं उनको ख्याल रखने वाला हूँ. And I paid them salaries during the corona period. First of every month I paid them salaries. मैंने उनका कोरोना का भी इंश्योरेंस निकाल के उनके हाथ में डाल दिया, और बस, because I told them I'll take care of them, right? So make a promise for lifetime. How many agree with this point? You can type into the chat box me करके. You can type me. How many agree with me? Right. So to whomever is working above you, below you, around you, colleagues, super, senior, niche, junior, make that promise for lifetime. Right. Second one, help them in their work. आपके नीचे कोई काम कर रहा है, somebody is working below you, they don't do their work properly. हम उनको क्या बोलते हैं? कोसते हैं. अब उनके ऊपर गुस्सा करते हैं, right? We get upset with them with अरे ये भी करना नहीं आता है, अरे ये करना नहीं आता है इसलिए नहीं किया ना ठीक से. तो you help them in their work and help them become successful. This is how you handle people around you, right? Don't blame them, right? Because they don't know. Go to them and बोलो, हाथ डाल के, कंधों के ऊपर हाथ डाल के बोलो, boss, I am there anytime, every time. You please do the work. I will guide you. Go to their place or call them to your cabin or go to their place, sit with them, make them do their work properly. They will become successful by the end of the day. आज मैंने अच्छा से काम किया करके वो success, that satisfaction which they have, that satisfaction they will dedicate to you, right? And that is why they will remain loyal to you. Not only that, it is your duty not to blame some person working below you. अगर वो इतना चीज अगर वो जानता होगा ना, then he would be sitting in your position. No, that is why you are sitting there. If he does not know, it means that he is sitting somewhere. No, आपके नीचे क्यों काम कर रहा है? वो जानता नहीं है. आपके जितना अगर वो जानता है तो आपके सीट में बैठता था ना. You would be sitting in your position if you would be knowing what all you know, right? So help them in their work. In leadership also, in JCA also, this works. Help others, in their success, because that is the very essence of life, living life, right? Third one, make them feel successful. Always. अगर काम तुम सब लोगों ने किया है तो बोलो, बॉस, your contribution is there इसमें. अच्छा से किया तूने. Right? Make them feel successful and happy, because finally satisfaction is always helps. अगर कोई बोलेगा I'll give you 1 lakh rupees per month and every day you scold and shout at them, और दूसरा बंदा को तुम बोलेगा, you treat somebody like I'll pay you 40,000 per month and you help them in their success, at the end of the day they are satisfied, the other fellow is not satisfied. So who will be with you? Is 40,000 person only will be with you. That 1 lakh person per month, salaried person, every day he will be, every day he would be cursing you only, right? So make them feel successful, which is very important. Give incentives, not punishment, which I do in my business, right? I don't punish them. Even if they take, 4-5 days leave or 1 week leave. अरे क्या चलेगा बॉस, क्या आएगा तुम्हें? वो पैसे बचा के क्या आएगा? Even if you cut some salary, तुम्हें क्या आएगा? उन लोगों के लिए एक जिंदगी है, ठीक है? If you are paying 20,000 salary, वो एक हफ्ता नहीं है, 5,000 why you have to cut with that 5,000 you will live, right? आप तो बिल्डिंग नहीं बनाओगे 5,000 से, right? So give incentives when they work harder, not punishments when they work less. Don't do that. That is very disastrous. That can be in a huge system, huge setup, which is a corporate. Now we are dealing individually, so I'm not talking about that corporate structure, right? Appreciate regularly. Whenever they work, unko appreciate karo, which is always good. Appreciation motivates, right? Appreciation is always motivating to the other person. When the boss of the office or the industry or the unit or the trade or business recognizes the efforts of the of their staff members, they always feel happy. वो घर जाके ना आराम से रहेंगे. If you shout at them, he in turn, after going back home, he in turn shouts at his wife. अरे तुम्हें पता नहीं कितना नमक डालना है इसमें? ये क्या बकवास का खाना बना है? That is what he's going to say. If you appreciate, no, he goes back home happily and says, अरे यार इसमें नमक थोड़ा कम हो गया, थोड़ा डाल दो ना, लेके आओ नमक. That is what he's going to say, right? So keep appreciating them regularly. and table the issues. Can somebody type onto the chat box what is tabling the issues? Can somebody type into the chat box what is tabling the issues? No idea. Okay. Somebody others also can guess. Discuss, right? Mahesh Deshpande chairman होंगे, आप president होंगे. Right, very good. So tabling the issues is, when you have a problem, talk. Okay. When you have a problem at home, or especially we are talking about, to keep our views, no, not views, to keep the issue, to keep the problem, not talk. Okay, talk is next level. First, एक problem है आपके पास, आपका ऑफिस का प्रॉब्लम, इंडस्ट्री का प्रॉब्लम, या ट्रेडिंग बिजनेस का प्रॉब्लम, आपके पास 2 एम्प्लॉय है या 20 एम्प्लॉय है, 200 एम्प्लॉयज है, फिर भी make it a point to table the issue. बोलो ये हमारा प्रॉब्लम है. Make them participate in the discussion. Make them give ideas. अगर 20 लोग आपके पास काम कर रहे हैं, and out of those 20 somebody will give you an idea which you also think you should implement, and you implement that idea, he'll feel happy, right? He'll think अरे सर ने मेरा जो सलाह है, उनको मेरा जो सजेशन थी ना, उसी को सर ने implement किया. So always when you have a problem in your office or business place, always table the problem. Likewise in your chapter also, when you have a problem, table the problem, call everybody to the table, tell them this is the problem. Don't blame any of them. Tell them this is the problem. Now how do we go about this? हमारे घर में भी ऐसे ही होता था ना, जब दादी नाना नानी लोग रहते थे घर में हमारे, जब बड़ा प्रॉब्लम होता था तो वो लोग सब लोगों को बुला के अरे यार ये चीज थी, this was the issue, so how do we handle? सब लोगों का सलाह लेते थे. Then only people will begin to own up the problem. If you are only putting an effort to solve, then कोई वो problem को own up नहीं करेगा. So in your business also, if you have problems, then it is good to table the problems unless it is very private and personal. Okay, unless it is very personal and private. So from now on, would you people table the issues? Chapter level, zone level, business, personal life? Would you table the issues? Tabling the issue in a very good sense, it is making people involved into the decision making. In a very harsh sense, it is, in a very harsh way, it can be looked at also. वो problem को दूसरे के ऊपर ठोक दो. That is a very harsh way of interpreting. Nice way of interpreting is make people involved into the decision making, even though you have a solution. Mind you, even though you have a solution, make them, उनको सलाह देने दो ना, क्या हो गया, थोड़ा धीमी रखो, have some patience. Okay, you agree? 2 people said, Srisha, Murtiraju, both of them said yes, Nagamoli yes. Others not agreeing? Those who are not agreeing, I know you want to own up the problem, you only want to solve everything. Huh? Now you are forcibly typing to prove yourself, right? Very good. I know. Right, boss. Right. Okay. Hello. We were talking about change, no? Doing things in a different way. This is what we were talking about. So let us handle things in a little different way. Okay. क्या हो गया? एक दो बार करने से क्या हो गया? एक दो बार for once or twice as a pilot project, table the issue, no? करके देखो कितना involvement आएगा. उन लोगों को ये भी लगेगा कि सर मेरे को बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंस दे रहे हैं. That will make them feel participative, which is called participative leadership. Okay, which is participative leadership. So the next one is celebrate important days, right? And success. In our office, what we do is we celebrate everybody's birthdays, take the photographs, and then I take one more step and give them, new clothes and ask them to buy new clothes. It is a standard instruction in my office to my cashier. उनको बाहर लेके जाओ, मनपसंद उनको खरीद के दे दो. They feel very important. See, birthdays are so important for us. When we feel birthday is casual, on birthday, when we get calls, when we get messages, when we get greeting cards, when somebody comes to us, bring a cake, then we feel its importance. We may not have the desire of cutting a cake. However, when that happens, no, we feel so happy, right? So थोड़ा celebrate कर लो ना office में. Make it a rule from today कि who's ever in your factory, very good. whosever birthday it is, celebrate कर लीजिए. अगर हो सके तो वो फोटोग्राफ उनके फैमिली वालों के व्हाट्सएप नंबर पे भेज दीजिए. They'll also feel happy, right? And success also. What is success? If they're able to do some work, achieve some target, let us celebrate that also. It is not that hard work, ये गधा जैसा काम करते जाओ, नहीं. गधा जैसा काम करते जाना नहीं, करते जाओ, लेकिन रुको कहीं, रुक के when that job is done, celebrate that, फिर गधा, right? Always remember that. Okay. Invite their family whenever possible, have invite their family. Very few people do this, I know. Very few business entrepreneurs do this. Invite their family. अगर पापा लोग उनके पापा लोग आ रहे हैं, then उनको प्रणाम कर दीजिए और बोलिए, see, you gave me such a wonderful son, you gave me our office or our industry such a wonderful daughter. They are doing a fantastic job. Tell their family members also. What is wrong there? There is nothing wrong, no? So, or invite their family if they're married, their children come and wife, spouse, they come. Then tell them how they worked. So you should implement that. Whenever possible, do that. Plan to celebrate, your industry anniversaries, right? At anniversary, people will come. Then tell their family, talk to their family, see that your family also, mixes with their family and all of you together celebrate. हमें क्या जाएगा यार? We are only bonding up with them. They have to stay dedicated to us, but we do not care for them. That is not good, right? So invite their family. You own their mistakes. Don't blame them ever. You own their mistakes. कोई आपके पास आएगा, somebody comes to you and tells you, sir, this is what happened in your office. In my office, when somebody comes and complains to me and tell them, sir, आपके बंदों ने मुझे गलत amount of tax pay करवा दिया. If they say I had to pay 10,000, but they made me pay 12,000 rupees, then I immediately tell them, sir, I saw that. Later on, I realized they were telling me. However, I realized it late. By that time, payment was done. It is my mistake, sir. So please, karke na. The owner owns up the mistakes. Owner means owner not only of the unit, owner of the mistakes also, right? अच्छा जो है वो तुम हो, बुरा जो है वो लोग हैं. नहीं, it can't be like that, right? So owner owns the mistakes also. This is what I do in my office. That what I'm following only, I'm preaching. What I follow, that's what I'm preaching now to all of you, right? So that is how, they are also calm, like अच्छा चलो ठीक है करके. Then afterwards you just call them and tell them, अरे boss ऐसा हो गया, चलो अगली बार जरा ध्यान रखो. So be as nice as possible to your people, right? Then they'll get confidence. Confidence not to do mistakes again. Confidence is not about doing mistakes repeatedly. Confidence is about not doing mistakes, right? Okay. नहीं तो डर रहेगा उनमें. डर से दूसरों को कंट्रोल करना अच्छी बात नहीं, बहुत बुरी बात है, बहुत बुरी बात. That is the sloppiest thing that we can do, as the owners of an entity, right? As the entrepreneurs of an entity. Okay. And remember this always, my friends. This is something which changes my life. This is my WhatsApp tagline also. Nobody cares for how much you know until they know how much you care, right? You show that care. तुम्हारे पास जितना भी पैसे रहने दो, जितना भी इंडस्ट्रीज रहने दो, जितना भी टर्नओवर रहने दो, जितना भी नॉलेज रहने दो, फिर भी people care for that only when you care for them. So care for your people. So this is the message I wanted to give with respect to men. Okay. Then the next point about machines and materials. Both I will tell in short. Okay. Machines, what happens is buy only what the business needs. People, what do they do is when they need, for example, a mobile for the office or for their industry, अच्छा सा मोबाइल खरीद के दें, वो 70,000 लैपटॉप खरीद के दें, 70,000 कंप्यूटर खरीद के दें. उसकी जरूरत है तो खरीदिए, नहीं तो don't go for that extravaganza, because this spending will only burden the unit. बाद में यूनिट बोलेगा, अरे यार इतना पूरा कर्जा मेरे ऊपर डाल दिया, इतना खर्चा कर दिया, इतना कर्जा डाल दिया, मैं कर्जा कैसे चुकाऊं, कर्ज कैसे चुकाऊं, how am I going to repay the loan? वो यूनिट के लिए बहुत भारी पड़ जाएगा. So don't go for extravagant spending unless it is required. Like for example, it is a showroom, so many lights are required, then put as many number of lights as are required. Okay, so don't go for too much of extravagant spending. Okay, that is waste investment. You think if this investment is going to give you a return, then invest, or otherwise don't burden the profitability by doing that. It is suicidal. I'm telling you, it is suicidal. Many people, they come to me, entrepreneurs, they say it is a 5 crore project. By the time the project is complete, it is 6.5 crores. Always I ask them why. सर मुझे लगा कि ये अच्छा है, लेकिन इससे अच्छा वो है. अरे पहले क्यों नहीं लगा ऐसा? पहले तो लगना चाहिए ना. You planned for only 5 crores finances and suddenly 1.5 crore more it has become. So this 1.5 crore, what do? इधर से उधर से hand loan ले लो, interest ज्यादा हो जाएगा. फिर you make the unit suffer and then blame the unit and put the pressure on yourself, your wife, family, on your staff members. Is that good? That's not good. So don't burden the profitability. Burdening the profitability by infructuous investment, that is wasteful investment, is a burden on the unit. It is suicidal. Okay. Third one, think if you can buy used equipment sometime. So phone चाहिए, smartphone चाहिए WhatsApp के लिए, office के लिए. Smartphone you can buy in 10,000, 8,000, good phone you would get. But used phone also you can get for 4,000-5,000 rupees. That's only for office, no? So चलो सोच लो क्या जाएगा उसमें. I want to give them one good nice phone. If required, then give them. If you have a general manager, उसको अगर तुम second hand phone दोगे तो उसको बुरा लगेगा, तो नया खरीद के दीजिए. नहीं तो yeah, you can think where you can use the used equipment also, because finally it is equipment, it is going to serve the same purpose, unless the productivity is going to differ, right? Bear 3 to 5 years of future in the mind while buying any machines, equipment. Always remember, this equipment should not have been outdated after 3-5 years, unless it is a digital electronic equipment, because in that field there are so many changes very quickly, right? So if it's not that, then bear 3 to 5 years of future in the mind. That will always help. Okay. And finance and loan part, to the extent possible, avoid finance, because today the margins in profitability are as low as 1% to as high as around 20-25%, unless it is a service sector. And service sector, what you spend is very less. It is very less. Okay. So friends, while taking any finance or loan, just because a banker is ready to give you for 1 crore project is ready to give you 80 lakhs loan, don't go for that loan. Mobilize cash as much as possible. That is the interest that you will save. That is the burden on the unit that you will save. Okay. But however, at the same time, it is always good to have a loan also, because if you have a loan, what happens is वो pressure रहेगा कि मुझे कर्ज चुकाना है. दूसरा चीज है कि that interest you will get income tax benefit also. Okay, interest on the bank loan. Next we move on to materials. In the materials, quantity and price, थोड़े लोग बहुत ज्यादा खरीद के रखते हैं. That is wasteful investment. Don't do that. Stock holding, you have to decide how much of stock you have to hold. If you are getting for a very less price, उस दिन सेल लगा हुआ है, ज्यादा डिस्काउंट लगा हुआ है, then you can buy. And don't hold obsolete stocks. My friends, this is what happens. ये बहुत पुराना चीज है, I want to preserve this. Let me see if I would get a higher price. This is what people do. Don't do that, my dear friends. If you think it is outdated, out of fashion, it is going out of fashion. Then if you bought it at 100 rupees, want to sell it at 130, sell it off at 101 also. Sometimes if required, sell off at 95, 90. This money, the interest on that money, it will save. You will be able to save, right? So working capital finance, which is very important for industrialists. Working capital finance, if you take a working capital loan, which is called a cash credit loan or an overdraft loan, right? That working capital finance, do not use to buy equipment, machinery. Working capital finance is only to meet the monthly material payment, salary payment, etc. requirements. It is nothing more than that, right? And always keep regularly checking the inventory, keep checking the stock levels, whether you have sufficient stock or not, whether any stock is spoiled, whether any stock is outdated, whether you have a good order on hand, whether you have sufficient raw materials on hand or not. Keep checking the stock regularly. Or sometimes there can be pilferage in stock also. Your own people may be cheating you in the entity. So regular stock checking na karne se, you might be losing, you might be running into losses also on that front, on pilferage front. Okay. So in material also keep checking the stock regularly. Okay. And lastly, I come to the very important part of money. Okay. This money plays a very important role in business. Business we do only for money, right? However, we see few people, they don't treat business as business. They treat business as if it is, as if they can make emotional decisions on the business. Do not make emotional decisions, emotions less, money more, right? If you want to, कोई आया है तुम्हारे पास जो खरीद नहीं पा रहा है, तो अगर खरीद नहीं पा रहा है तो why do you have to sell it at loss? Don't sell it at loss. You sell it at good profit only. And किसी ऐसे लोगों को तुम्हें हेल्प करना है तो वो पैसे put that in some other cash box, in the cash box number 2, उसमें से funding करो. 1,000 rupees one item, your purchase price, you're selling it at 1,100, right? वो आया है, sir, I can't afford, I have only 900 rupees. Then out of this cash box, charity cash box, which you generated or which is out of your pocket, from that charity cash box to this regular business cash box, you put that 100 rupees. Only then you sell it at that loss. You bear that loss out of your pocket, not out of your business. If you are withdrawing salary every month, you use that out of your pocket, right? Which I do in my business. Like for example, somebody, I told him that I will reduce his salary because of such and such things. It happened only once in my business life. Then he came to me afterwards. He was begging me, sir, मुझे medicines खरीदना है. मैंने बोला, Rahul, director of that institution, cannot excuse you, cannot give you that money. However, Rahul individually, is giving you this 500 rupees. Mind you, Rahul does not always have this money to give this charity, to do this charity. So next time, don't come to me also if Rahul director cuts the salary, right? This happened only once, and that one point of time that I gave him. However, not out of the entity, out of my own pocket I gave. Okay. So if you want to go in a partnership, if it's really necessary, then get into partnership, because we see lots of problems in partnership. So I don't really advise. So I'm rushing now. I will rush through this slide because we have little time left. We started it a little late. So partnership really required, then you get into partnership. Okay. Then paperwork for partnership and stuff, it is very important. Many people initially orally they talk and then they think that things can go well. Later on, because of the paperwork only, they struggle. If you have to draft it properly. If with anybody you have an oral agreement, to the extent possible, put it into writing. Then while selling a product, many people don't take cognizance of the taxes, include the taxes also in pricing. For example, if you are an event manager or if you are a photographer, right? And later on your auditor says, sir, you have to pay so much of tax. Arey, I didn't know. Abhi ye paise kahan se leke aun? No, you can't say that. You are expected to have knowledge of that taxation. You are a photographer, event manager, then your services are taxable at 18% for GST. That 18% you should have collected it over and above, the price, the contracted price, right? So bank finance, I already told you, to the extent possible, you infuse your own money. See that the bank finance is not more than 50-60% of the total project cost. Okay. Losses. कोरोना के पीरियड में बहुत सारे लोगों ने losses incur किया है, right? And they took additional COVID loan, which is very dangerous, very dangerous. That is because it is a debt trap. People don't understand it's a debt trap. The existing business is planned to repay this much of loan. If you're taking additional loan, how can the existing business repay the additional loan? If it is little amount, then it is okay. Or otherwise, always remember, better to dispose of any property or your gold, or your liquidate any fixed deposits or investments. Or else, if you keep on taking loan because you have property mortgage with the bank, you can get into a debt trap. Debt trap is extremely dangerous. Without notice, suddenly your losses will be this much and your property will also be the same amount. And finally, you have to sell off that property to pay the interest amount, right? Don't go into debt trap. Always keep checking budget versus actual. Many people miss to do this. They don't have budget. They keep on spending. Is that good? That is not good. So always, you have a budget for this amount of business I am going to have this and this much of budget and spend that much only. Don't go overrun the budget. And for the COVID period, COVID has taught us a very good lesson. Just excuse me. COVID has taught us a very good lesson. People who didn't have emergency fund, they were struggling because salaries are also what were not being paid sometimes, right? So have an emergency fund always, preferably out of the monthly profit, you set aside, if possible, 15% of the monthly profit, not sales, monthly profit. Okay, as emergency fund, put it in some fixed deposit or put it somewhere, park it somewhere. Okay, it's always usually helpful. Okay, and personal versus business, like how I was telling you, differentiate the business. You look at yourself as only the custodian or the trustee of your business. You're not the owner of your business. If you can look at like that, then anything that you want to say, anything that you want to spend in excess, then you would always think, "Arey, ye mera personal hai ki business hai." Right? If you want to give a donation to somebody, don't give out of business cash box. Give out of your own. Right? So next point is accounting and success. I have seen entrepreneurs, those entrepreneurs who are successful are the entrepreneurs who understand their accounts properly, right? Without understanding the accounts, you cannot become a successful entrepreneur. Maybe to a certain level you can grow. After that, you cannot grow, right? For the consistency in growth, you need to understand your accounts. Sit with your chartered accountant, right? And compliances and losses, filing returns late in time and paying interest late on time to the bank, penal interest, filing returns late, late fees, penalties, avoid all those things. They were not originally budgeted. And always remember, you're only the custodian and not the owner of the entity. If you can look at your entity as if you're not the owner and only custodian, then you can make it a huge success. Okay. With this, now I have a task on hand. Are you all ready for a task? Right, I'm giving one task. With respect to men, out of the points which I just showed, write one point as to how you would emotionally connect to your staff from now onwards. With respect to money, write down 2 areas where you want to cut your costs from now onwards and how much. With respect to market, write one tagline that speaks about you or your product. You already wrote that. So men and money, now you write these both onto the chat box. Write one point as to how you from now onwards plan to emotionally connect to your staff members. Write one point. Are you all writing? Can you please turn on your video? I request the participants to please turn on their videos. Oh, thank you. Celebrate their birthdays. Fantastic, Mina. Taking them out for a get together. Fantastic. Celebration. It means celebration. Right. Very good. With respect to men, what else do you people want to do from now on? Nagpur Metro. Table the issue. Right. Very, very good. It is a very good participative approach. Celebrate their birthdays, Mina. Yeah, correct. Hampers, gift hampers. Fantastic. Good encouragement. Calling their people for occasions. Very good. Murtiraju. Good. Surprise treats. Okay. So with respect to money, what are the 2 things that you want to cut down? You're currently spending, however you want to cut down. Gift coupons also good appreciation. Sheetal Agarwal. So 2 areas where you can cut down your costs. 2 areas. You write down and think which are the 2 areas where you can. Overheads. Don't, it is Sheetal, it is very general. Overheads. What exactly is the overhead that you want to cut down? Maybe you're traveling by second AC, first AC while taking your jewelry. You travel by sleeper class, or if it is safe, then travel by third AC. Something like that is cutting down the cost. You have to be more specific. Unnecessary show off, that is something very, very general, Nagamoli. Decorative expense you want to reduce. Okay. Find the best supplier of goods. That is a little casual. You can make it a little more specific. Okay. Fine then. With this, I move on once again. I appreciate you for the wonderful answers. Interiors, okay. I move on to the next one, which is this last slide. Friends, you have any questions? I'm available over the Facebook as Rahul Versatile, and that is my number. At any point of time, you have anything, you can ping me certainly, right? And with this, I come to the end of my session. And if somebody wants to ask any questions, okay? If somebody wants to ask any questions, you are most free. You can just raise your hand or text in the chat box. I will unmute you. You can text in the chat box. I will unmute you. Okay. Somebody wants to ask any questions. Sheetal Agarwal. Right. Where is Sheetal Agarwal? I'm unable to find Sheetal Agarwal. Right. Sheetal Agarwal, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Please go on. Please ask the question.
Yeah. So my query is like now the competitive market is so bad that we are hardly getting 1 or 2%.
Right. So
So
regarding this, I have the right away question. If you are dealing in a product where there are so many people dealing in them, this is something which is bound to happen to you. You need to bring something innovative, and what differentiates you from the rest, that you should plan for in your market. What is it that differentiates you, right? Differentiates your product from the other's product, or what is the emotional connectivity additionally that you can provide? What is the emotions that you can use? What is the emotional connectivity you can use? Or what is the assurance in the product? What earlier, what mistakes happened? How are you going to rectify those mistakes? These are all the various perspectives. Or else, if all these are already done, then reduce your focus on this business a little and start a new business.
perfect, sir.
Right.
Thank you.
Most welcome. Anybody else wants to? You can type in the chat box. Which good book would you suggest us to read? It is the Book of Life. The Book of Life is the best university. It's not a book written by anybody. It is out of your own experience. So still, any problem you have one-to-one, you can always, text me on my number, which I've already shared. Okay. Any other question? Somebody else wants to ask any questions? You can unmute yourself. For me to unmute you, please type into the chat box. I'll unmute you. Anybody? Right. Vizag Achievers. Santoshni, unmute yourself.
Sir, good afternoon.
Yeah, very good afternoon. Go on.
Sir, actually, you were saying that if it is needed only, you then go for partnership. Otherwise, it is not required. But recently,
I'll tell you. So sorry, but it cannot be used. Still, I'll answer your question. Yeah. The point is financial partner, technical partner. Only two types of partnership or marketing partner, right? If you are bringing a partner into your business, it means that you are depending on him for that particular purpose. You have to check once, twice, thrice if there is no plan B to that. Because most times it so happens that you depend on a technical partner because he does not have the finances, he comes to you and you put in the money. Later on, he makes little money, he understands the business, he sets up his own business, and you are left with no technical partner in your business. Right? Yeah. So if you have a plan B, then it's always good. Or if you have a marketing partner and he suddenly goes away, then all your product is at home only or at your factory only, right? So it becomes very difficult. So partnership, it brings about a little, excessive dependence on one person. That's always very challenging, Santoshni. So you have to think once, twice, thrice, right?
Okay.
Anybody else, you can raise your hand. You're most welcome. Appreciate you for that. Anybody else, you can raise your hand. Most of the preparation is from life experience. Awesome. Thank you. That is from my mother, Sundari. She's my mom. Thanks, mom. So anybody else wants to? Right then. Seeing no other questions or nobody raising their hands, I deem that, all of you have become experts. Santoshni, you're raising your hand once again. Santoshni, you want to ask any other question?
No, sir. By mistake, it has happened, I guess.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Fine then. With this, I come to the end of my session. I appreciate each one of you for their active participation. Thank you so much for the patient, during the lunchtime you people have logged in. When I didn't have my lunch though. Thank you for the patient, exchange of so many things. काफी अच्छा सेशन रहा sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. So implement all these in your life, and I wish that from here on you people grow well in your life. And remember, no try, no but, no at least in your life. With this, signing off, always your good friend for your lifetime. With this, I also want to make one promise to all of you. My promise to all of you is I will be available to you in everything and anything at any point of time in your life. This is my promise to you, right? Coming from JC Rahul, past zone president, zone 4, and JC India author, JC India Finance Committee member, JC India. But for the years 2017, 18, 19, and 20, I have been continuously on the Finance Committee of JC India, right? Thank you so much. Bye-bye, all of you. And thanks very, very much to the JC India National Headquarters, especially to the National Director Training, JC Siddiqui, and our National President, JC Anish C. Matthew, for making me a part of so much of learning and exchange of so many things. Thank you once again.